very specific. I was talking about deliberate and in-depth participation in service delivery. Unless I missed something, I did not hear that. But also, the one which I felt was important was the one on the quantification of corruption. I think that was missed. I think it's very important. It's not a nice to know. It's very critical to us. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, on record here, AG is saying the municipality, the identified misstatements on non-current assets, non-current liabilities, and receivables is due to poor record keeping. It's AG saying that. So I'm not sure what the CFO is saying, but I'm saying AG is saying it's poor record keeping. To also support that, your PPE had issues because of poor record keeping. You recorded some projects as completed in the current year that were not falling within the current year. And that is as a result of poor record keeping. So you have a problem with poor record keeping. That's why you have an MI with AG. Last one, Chair. Maybe just to assist the acting city manager. The internal audit unit must undergo an external quality assurance review. That is as per Institute of Internal Auditors Standard 1312. They need to go through this process after a certain period of time. So your internal audit unit has not gone through an external assurance review in the past 5 years. That is what I was saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of traditional leadership, especially the croissants, and which are applicable to your case, you mentioned they ask the issue of land. And there's a reason why they're asking the question of land, the croissant. Their culture thrives on them having access to land, natural vegetation for their medicinal herbs, hunting purposes for their regalia and all of that, and also the initiation issues. All those things, they need access to land. And you find that the white people have taken all that land into natural reserves, game parks, and gated all of that, fenced that off, forgetting that there is a race that is actually their culture and religion is based on the natural attachment. Now, are you responding to this? Two, are the whites returning the land? Because the issue of land claim is not resolved. The fact that you're staying in established cities and towns does not justify that that is not where these cultural groups were residing. They were residing in the same capital cities and the towns. No response in terms of them being given an alternative to land so that they can be able to thrive. So you find whites are taking all the prime land. They are not returning our... Okay, there's this one. This one is actually prominent. We are seeing a tendency of Orania type of establishment by white people. Cape Independence type of development and Klein-Fontaine type of where whites are going together to house themselves alone, fence themselves, but they're forgetting that they're sitting on the same land that is claimed by the same Amakosi. So that is where... Thank you.
The Executive Mayor, as you respond, I believe that on the issue of traditional leadership, you should also give us indication as to whether they do form part or attend your councils, as we know that they can attend, although they don't have voting powers. Are they part of the IDP drafting? And are they also being invited to some strategic activities that are taking place within the municipalities? And as you respond, you are aware some of the matters that have been raised are constitutional in matter. They will need Parliament to deal with them. So you respond to those that are within your scope. The ones that are not, you can just leave it to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think on the issue of traditional leaders and coisans, how we have no gazetted house of traditional leaders that must participate in our council as yet. We know COIs and SENS are acknowledged legislatively, but there has been no process where COGTA has tried to sit us down for the council to be able to accommodate them. So we are operating with the representatives of the Eastern Cape houses, whether it's that fall within the Nguni tribe. There are different houses within our province falling under the Nguni tribe. So there are representatives of those houses that when we call sectoral meetings, they do come and do represent interest of these different tribes. But that has its own limitation because their recognition is not done in a manner where we are able to say we are really dealing with the traditional leaders as prescribed in the constitution. Chair, I think on the issue of poor record keeping, we are aware as responding as the executive mayor, not as the CFO. We are aware on poor record keeping of the city, and it's quite a concern, which we have embarked on a process of setting money aside on the budget for SCOA compliance to be complete. And the process now where it is, there is a service provider that has been identified that is supposed to be handling the whole process. I think CFO and COO is going to speak on that. So it's part of the ailments of our city, which we think we need to deal with it urgently. On if one would have seen as well on the issue of around the audit outcomes, we are aware of the asset management not being in a proper position, and we are working on that. We are still completing a process of the 3 other financial years, starting from 2023, 2022 to 21 backwards, which have not, some of the assets have not been confirmed, and we are of the view that expedience must be done from our level so that we clean the records and we are able to be abreast on matters. On the issue of corruption, as I have mentioned earlier, that currently MPEC has not processed any investigation in the past financial year, has not started any investigation in the last audited financial year. But we do have these state anti-corruption organs. The SIU is in place at Electricity and Energy. The proclamation dates back to 4 years. We've already paid them for service, but we have not seen the final report as yet. Is it 9 million, Mr. Ngalwane, that we've already? 8 million that we've already paid to them for service they have not completed. And it's around the street lighting contract, the proclamation, and as well the blown Kucha substation, which it is alleged that it's our officials who orchestrated that and they respond with their own contractors. The department is currently losing money. We are close to $1 billion. But where we are hamstrung is that we can't institute another investigation on top of the other. There has been mismanagement in the department. There's been officials that have been suspended. And all this is around this investigation, which has no outcomes. And we are of the view that we must be able to try other avenues of arresting the situation, because the losses are not only increasing, but also they have a bearing on how we service our people in terms of the electricity. Also, one of the contributing factors on the losses at electricity, we have new settlements that are cropping up. And these settlements, we are seated now at 179 informal settlements, which we need to electrify. They overload transformers. Once transformers blow, we are needed to respond. And there is no area that is without electricity. We do give transformers, but it's at a loss of the municipality. And we are in a process of trying to roll out a new meter system so that each household can have its own meter, and they are then billed for having its own meter. Transversal tender was ventured into for the rollout of the meters, but the amount of money we have and the need on the ground is not sufficient. We have discussed the matter with the National Treasury in terms of the application that we have made for the grant around the meter system. We are hopeful that the results are going to be positive. On the issue of disinvestment, Honourable One, I think let's really take the conversation out of the room, because it's honestly global issues that are affecting disinvestment. But in terms of Nelson Mandela, I am reiterating that we can't take responsibility when there's an assumption that it has to do with the municipality, when in fact the current disinvestment had nothing to do with the municipality, but national policies, which do not have anything to do with our city. So with due respect, I would wish that we take the conversation outside so that we are able to sharpen each other's thinking or advices on. I'm willing to take an advice if ever I'm pursuing the conversation in a manner that does not sit well with the honourable member. I think on the, I think I've covered. It's only missing Malone that must speak on the
poor record keeping. Sorry, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Sorry. I think my responses were too quick. I was only making an example of areas where we make improvements. I was just making an example with SCM filing system, but not saying that the qualifications are not justifiable. As the mayor has explained, they are indeed justifiable. If you talk PPE, Chairperson, PPE is relating to what is called work in progress. Whilst you are creating an asset, there is an accounting manner in which that asset must be disclosed in the financial records of the municipality. We work, Honourable Member, with the directorates because as a CFO or as a budget and treasury office, you are not necessarily creating an asset. So it's a process that we have now established as a communication between ourselves as BTO and the user directorates in ensuring that what they give us is correct. You cannot be giving during an audit of 2024-25 a whip of 2021-22 financial year. That distorts the information and it results to something. So what the mayor was saying, in that qualification, we also have to go back and make sure that what we presented in those 3 financial years is indeed correct. So that's what we are doing as an action. We are not denying that record keeping is not up to it. The other thing that we are working on, which the mayor has made mention of, is improving and automation on some of our processes, because others are tediously manual. So in this financial year, as we started, we are improving on automating some to minimize the hard labor and come up with an automated to solve other problems. Thanks, Chairperson.
Chair, sorry, can we please wrap up because we're running behind on time?
No, Chair, I wanted to also speak on the issue of the grant spending. It was raised before. Can I speak on it? On the grant spending by the municipality and as well on the political instability. Am I allowed?
You only have 1 minute to cover the
On
motion.
1 minute, the Nelson Mandela is stable politically. All committees are sitting that are at a political level. Standing committees are sitting, processing reports well. So, and all multi-party meetings are sitting on scheduled time. Councils are sitting on scheduled time. Special councils are sitting when it's necessary. And we complete all of our business. So we view ourselves as politically stable. Secondly, on the issue of the spending of grants, we want to inform Parliament that in terms of the grants that have not been spent well, which amount to 174, on the 110,000, we have applied to National Treasury on the 24th of September to surrender the RBIG grant on the basis that the EIA and WULA have not been acceded to by the Department of Water and Sanitation. So it will be fruitless to keep the 110 grant when, in fact, when the time comes, we won't be compliant, we won't be able to spend it. So we are saying instead of being flagged, let's surrender the money and wait for national government to be ready for us to implement the project. In terms of the other 64...
As you wrap up.
As I wrap up, Chair, in terms of the other 64 million, it relates to human settlement and water and sanitation projects, 2 treatment works, and also the sanitation and bulk service of Woma project, which has been stopped because people invaded the land we were going to build on. When we removed them with a court order, they went to the legal aid to bar us from proceeding with the project. So we've gone to court again so that we are able to proceed with the project, and the money is not turned back because the land that is meant for development is illegally occupied by residents of Homa. So it's those reasons why we have been sending money back. We are ready in terms of project planning. Lastly, on the last council, we have taken an item of establishing a project management unit so that we have a thorough focus on the grant spending with professionals, your engineers that are going to be dedicated to look at the projects that are going on. There's will for us to service people of Nelson Mandela, and we appreciate the oversight that you have done to us. Thank you very much.
No, I will not allow more follow-ups on the matter. If there are follow-ups, we'll have to submit a written submission on those one. Then we'll get a written response. Honorable Fanzale. Honorable Fanzale. Can we please get the mic? Honorable Mtolo, we're not going to... I'm going to give you your 5 minutes, but in future, when we pass, we've passed. We're not going to act like we know when you are in charge, when the pastor starts to preach, and then you start to.
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Understood. Just to make a follow-up, Honourable Mayor has made it on record that MPEC sits but doesn't report. And she even reported that to full council. I will expect the Speaker to take this Parliament into confidence. What is she doing about that? Because it's not a matter of sitting, but not reporting is like not sitting at all. So I'd like actually the Speaker to take this committee into confidence. What is she doing about that? Because if MPEC sits but not reporting, it's like not sitting at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the PE team. What is the status of the disciplinary processes of Dr. Nokolo Nwazi, the MM of NMB? Why has her disciplinary not been finalized in about 20 months? What is the cost of this disciplinary to date? And how many acting MMs has been appointed during that period that she has been removed? Then it was very quickly glanced over regarding the positions, the vacant positions for the executive directors. Why are they not being filled? It was just said that they are not being filled, but we don't have an actual explanation as why are they not filled. Are you advertising? Are you not advertising? How is that actually then impacting on service delivery in the area of Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality? Then on the IPTS, the beleaguered 4 billion, we know that there's been millions forfeited back to National Treasury. And I also read somewhere that these buses have been taken off the street. So I read that somewhere. And it's been for an extended period of time. Is there a plan to get the system back in the streets? What is the time frame? What is the issues? How many passengers does it transport on a monthly basis? How many passengers were transported in the last financial year? And what is the cost to turn the IPTS operations to run it per annum? Then just some standard questions that I normally ask. What do you pay in percentage to your salary versus your budget? I want to know what is the percentage. You spend 40% or 45% of your budget on salaries. Have you undertaken any overseas trips? Anyone in the last 3 years? What was it for? Who went on those trips? And what was the cost? And then it was mentioned by the MEC Mvoku about the money that has been returned to National Treasury. We know that that has happened, but we don't know why. That has been missed completely. I wanted to know why you've not spent all your grant funding and why it was returned back, and what is the exact amount that has been returned. And then performance bonuses, lastly. Has any performance bonuses been paid to any manager, executive director? I'm not talking about your normal bonuses, I'm talking about performance bonuses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I want to know how many vacancies for engineers exist in the administration, and how many engineers does the city currently have in its employment, and why are these positions not filled? And it seems to me vacancies is a sort of a general thing in Nelson Mandela, because the internal audit unit also has a vacancy of 20%. And furthermore, the internal audit unit did not have an external quality assurance review in the past 5 years as required. I would like to know what is the position, when will these vacancies be filled, and when will this external assurance review be done, so that you can know that your internal control systems are improved. Then I saw in the media reports that the electricity department has a considerable loss, around about 1.3 billion in the last financial year, and it's also some concerns and some of the things that's keeping you awake, Mayor, as you said. This is not sustainable, and it will bankrupt the city. The fact that the past turnaround plans obviously failed, how do you plan on getting this electricity department profitable again? And then based on that as well, your cash holdings reduced significantly in the last financial year due to losses. And at the moment, you stated, and it's been in the media, that that department is losing money. Don't you think that you have to focus a little bit on reducing expenditure significantly in an attempt to preserve your cash holdings? Then there was in the presentation a very interesting little picture given to us from the Auditor General saying that financially Nelson Mandela Bay is sound, but service delivery-wise, it's distressed. Now, this is one of these things that says that good financial or a good financial standing does not revert into service delivery. So I would like to know what is the reason. If there is if the financial problems is not that big, why don't you deliver the services that you're supposed to deliver? And also the root causes of unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Briefly, if I look at that report, things like poor management, poor consequence management, and poor financial reports. We heard about all these things. I want to get a clear indication. What is the plan, how to improve these three things? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. From the province, do we have questions? Honorable Konza.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just coming because this is a municipality that we met from the 1st to the 5th of October 2024. And some of the issues that they are raising as the executive mayor issues that were a concern to us. What worries me, Chairperson, is the fact that there is less clarification, Honorable Executive Mayor and the CFO, on the actual issues that you report on. Let me make an example. On the issue where you talk about revenue, sorry, let me just go to my, where I know. Sorry, let me just go to my, where I know. Sorry, let me just go to my, where I know. The water losses, yes. There is no quantification of how that then affects the revenue quality. That is the thing. The second one, on the issue of COE, compensation of employees. Again, there is no specification on how much does go to the COE. I'm saying this because this was an issue that concerned us when we were there of the large amounts that go to the COE. I think somebody talked on the issue of MPEC because that is where I was worried as well. Because on the issue of MPEC, when we were there, the issue was around MPEC complaining about the environment of them not being given a platform to report and their dates not being taken for them to report on. Now there is an improvement on that, but the improvement again is flagged by the capacity of the same MPEC that has been now formed. What I wanted to check on that score is the legality of the committee that has been established to assist MPEC on the analysis of the reports. How legal is that committee and on what is it based? I'm asking this, Chair, because the establishment of MPEC is regulated in relation as to how it has to be formed and what it has to do. Now, if you form another committee to support MPEC, on what do you base that? And how legal are going to be the decisions of that committee vis-a-vis MPEC that is supposed to be the reporting body to the council? So to me that becomes a problem. And then on the issue of the issue of the debts owed to municipalities. Again, there is no specification because this was also an issue that concerned us. On the amounts that are owed by government departments on the municipality. And what plans are there then for we would have asked that Tina on our side from the provincial treasury and COGTA. What steps are there to ensure that such shortcomings are met? I think to me, those are the issues that are based on what we saw then, that I feel that still, with a year having lapsed, Executive Mayor, there are still, to me, uncertainties for us to be able to measure the impact of our own oversight as well over Nelson Mandela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you and honourable members. Chair, at the risk of not knowing the structure of the presentation given to them or questions sent to them to prepare on, I will then ask for specifics. As Honourable Konza said, of course, we appreciate the presentation. However, there are certain areas that I think one would have expected more. For example, on water losses, that's the last point. On the first point, Honourable Konza spoke about water losses. One would have expected the cost, the amount, how much have you lost out of that? Because we see that you have lost about 38.6% we have recorded 38.6% of water losses. Of that, how much the city has lost monetary? That's one. Two, you are aware that the National Treasury norm is 15 to 30%. You are now way above the norm. What is being done to recover so that you are within the norm of as expected? The second area for me, Chairperson, is the issue of wastewater treatment services. Again, they are not specific in the presentation. It is only reported that there are challenges. It is not mentioned that there are 3 wastewater treatment plants that are operating on an expired licenses. What is being done? Because immediately you operate with an expired licenses, there are penalties that you are likely to face. Now, what is being done? Why this is, and how long has this been happening? The other last issue, Chair, we have been, the MEC was here. He said, of the huge irregular expenditure in the province, the 2 metros, this one being the biggest, 22.2 billion. What is not said in the report? What has been done regarding officials that have caused that? The consequences, because there are officials responsible that have allowed the break in the chain. For example, if the issue is about green contracts, the fact of the matter is that we are talking deviations. Inherent in the deviation is an extension of a deviation, which is a big problem. You can take a deviation, follow the due process of going to council, but the challenge here in the report, Chair, is that even that deviation, they then get to extend it again. That for me is a big problem. And I think the AG has picked that up. So what is being done? Our officials held liable for this. I won't go back to the issue of the other issue is this amount of irregular expenditure. How many reports that have gone to council from MPEC to council regarding their investigation and processes that have undertaken to deal with irregular expenditure? And of those reports, how many have been council has agreed to write off, and amounting to how much? Because that's the process that will take us somewhere. The last point, of your deferred maintenance, how much do you spend as a city to keep the asset right? There's amount of in your budget that you're supposed to set aside to ensure that there is deferred maintenance that is done. And as we are aware that in terms of the National Treasury requirements, 8% of your budget must go towards your deferred maintenance. In the presentation, I did not see of how much you're maintaining your assets, because this thing of maintenance, Honorable Chairperson, is a cross-cutting problem across municipalities. That is why you've got water leaks everywhere. So it's important that we always raise it. Your annual financial statements, who does them? Who does them? Are you doing them internally? Do you have enough capacity if you're doing internally? Have you co-sourced them? Because the reason why I'm asking this, Chair, is because there are huge material misstatements. Somebody did not do a thorough job when the annual finance statement was being prepared. So who does them? And if indeed you do them on your own, do you have enough capacity, or have you co-sourced them? And how much are you paying that person that you have co-sourced the services to? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I'd like to swiftly latch on to what Honourable Van Zyl said earlier about the 7 vacancies within top management within the municipality. I'd like to know what is being done and how far they are with regards to remedying this. Purely, I'm latching on purely so that we can understand how important these specific vacancies are. It's the ED of electricity and energy and the ED of infrastructure and engineering. It's also public health, ED, EDTA, ED of ESRAC, ED of safety and security, ED of I&E. So it's important, intricate roles that need to be filled because it indirectly impacts service delivery within the municipality to the people in the metro. I'd like to then further state that I wanted to know on page 37 under water and sanitation, it says that the known backlog for leaks is at 4,533 and that there is a leak repair program happening currently. I'd like to know if the leak repair program is yielding much results, and because we're looking at 38.66% of revenue loss with regards to water. So that means most of it is water leaks. With that being said, when I said known backlogs, it was for a specific reason. I wanted to find out from the municipality what is happening to their call center, because the 0800 2050 number has been off for over a month. So how are you measuring that? That is the amount of water leaks you currently have if there is not a system which people can report to. I understand that we have an app that we can use, but if we look at 45% of households which receive an indigent social grant, not everybody is privy to be able to access internet and that. What is the easier way you are using, or what line is utilized now for people to report on service delivery, and when do you intend on fixing the problem with regards to the line that is not working? Lastly, Honourable Chairperson, I to state that on page 9 of the AG's report, it states that under write-offs of irregular expenditure, the municipality has performed a write-off during the current year. However, the process of write-off was not considered to be valid. Can we please have guidance as to what constitutes that it was invalid in this regard? I think that is all from me on that one. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have just one area of concern that I want to raise. It's on page 31 in the report that speaks on to management of government debt. So I want to check with the mayor or whoever will answer on behalf of the municipality your relations with the district development champion that has been appointed to be tasked with the intergovernmental issues such as your government debt and your unfunded mandates and things like that. Can you share with us your successes or the success that this intervention has had, or perhaps the challenges? In other words, is the DDM champion doing what we would have hoped that he or she would be doing in terms of assisting you in this part of the government debt and the unfunded mandates? This page also speaks to the provincial quarterly outreach that is led by the MEC for Finance and MEC of COGTA. Can you also share with us these quarterly meetings? Are there any issues that you've raised with the provincial cabinet that has not been dealt with, or that the assistance that you requested from them has not been raised or achieved from their side? I'm raising this, Chair, so that we can also do a proper oversight on this part of the assistance that is requested or needed by the municipality, as well as the DDM champions. I wanted to check, perhaps, Chair, from yourselves as well. Do you have a measure in place to do oversight on these DDM champions, so that we can also see that this part of government, if they're also doing what they should be doing? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I'm going to talk about the audit outcomes. I would like to have seen in the presentation to what level or percentage you are now with the audit financial outcomes from the Auditor General's report. How has that been properly addressed? And then, Chairperson, under unfunded mandates in terms of libraries, 148 million is basically set aside for libraries within the municipality. I just needed to find out how many of these libraries are still operational within the metro, and has there any discussions been had with the Department of Education in terms of having an agreement to deal with libraries within the schools and setting that mandate over rather to the Education Department instead of having it within the municipal setting. In terms of housing delivery, mention is being made that 214 million rand is actually a burden for human settlements on the taxpayer. But I want to find out in terms of the Human Settlements Development Grant and infrastructure upgrading partnership grant that is being handled by Human Settlements in conjunction with municipalities. How is that then being utilized? To substantiate this, it would have been nice to have had a seen something to say, these are the types of interventions we do with human settlements. This is the proper backlog, and that's why we say it's a burden. We do know that when it comes to human settlements, the issue with this municipality, as the case in Buffalo City, is the electrification of our RDP houses, and that is actually the reason why there's a huge housing backlog. In terms of rectification of houses, 10%, I know it's understated because you said last year 316 of the houses that will be rectified will not cover the 10%. I want to know thus far, how efficiently are you using the rectification 10% to rectify houses within the metro? Also, Chairperson, in the report by the Auditor General, it basically says that 2% is being utilized for expenditure on repairs and 59% as per 2023-2024 financial year is being utilized for asset rehabilitation and or renewal. It also states low investment on asset renewal to improve asset conditions to effectively improve services is very low. As was mentioned by my colleague, it's supposed to be the norm of 8%. What plans are in place to improve from 2% on your budget to repair your infrastructure, as well as will you improve more on the 59%? We can talk about water losses and all of that, but if you do not invest properly, then we will forever have that challenge within the sector. And then lastly, Chairperson, I want to find out when it comes to the rollovers. Mention was made 159 million rand have been lost. 267 million will be rolled over. Can you give us an idea where we stand now in terms of the rollover that you've requested to be utilized? Thank you. Thank you.
Can I first request to CFO to respond?
Before you respond, can I please request you that you stick to the questions? Don't over-elaborate on the responses. We have 20 minutes for you to respond to all these questions that have been raised.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, thank you. I'm going to be as brief as much as possible. I will start by responding on rollover questions. The rollover in terms of our municipal processes are submitted when the financial statements are submitted at Treasury on or before the end of August. From September, October, we then await the results or the outcomes. So the applications were submitted. The outcomes are what we are waiting for. The low investment in terms of repairs and maintenance, Chairperson, yes, we cannot deny that the requirement in terms of Circular 71 from Treasury is that when it comes to repairs and maintenance, they ought to be at around 8%, at about 8% of your budget. If you look at the city, 8% of the budget could be 1.5 billion rand. in the city of Nelson Mandela. But in terms of a budget that we've got to submit to council, that budget must also be funded and be balanced. So it's a balancing act, Chairperson, where we've got to look at the sources of revenue, which we try to demonstrate here. The collection rate, what is it that we can be able to collect in terms of that budget being funded? I think in the past financial year, our repairs and maintenances budget were about 700 million rand, as opposed to about 1.5, 1.4 billion rand if we were to meet the 8%. So we've got to assess the budget fundedness, because whatever budget we take to council must be able to say it's a budget on top of being funded, Chairperson. It must be a profit generating kind of a budget, not a loss kind of a budget. The various kinds of grants were asked on the human settlements. Ma'am, the grants from human settlements come to the city being specific. If we were to show what we are to be getting in this current financial year, which we demonstrated to council when the council was approving the budget on the 18th of June, it has got specific projects from rand to rand. I think in this financial year that we're in, I think 110 million rand is awaited to be received for specific projects. We even break them down towards the allocation that we get from human settlements. The only thing that we're trying to do here is to relate that as part of the underfunded mandate, it is not only the libraries, which would demonstrate as to how much it costs us. It is also the human settlement element that is not necessarily a mandate of a municipality. So we've got the facts and figures for the current financial year as well. The action plans in terms of the audit that we take, it occurs as soon as we receive an audit report from the AG. I think last year we received the audit report just after, I think on the 17th of December. The Madam Mayor will remember that we even had a session at the stadium where we were talking about the regression in the audit outcomes. The audit action plans are worked together with the directorates, because what becomes part of an audit report is a combination of many issues that are raised. It could be supply chain, it could be water losses, and across the institutions. So that is now fed into the new system of National Treasury. About 60-70% of what was raised has been captured, but it is the approval stages that become a problem. For instance, I've got to do the checkings myself. I've got to have time and go through that system and approve for it to go to a next stage. The next stage being internal audit that must do the verification of the work that I've done for it to go forward. Chairperson, I think I'm gonna, there was a specific question, sorry, Mayor, there was a specific question of who prepares the financial statements. As Nelson Mandela would prepare financial statements. I must say, yes, capacity-wise, we are trying to beef up that area. We've got 4 or 5 ladies who work on the financial statements. And when it comes to June, July, August, I will be guarding them to make sure that they don't go ill. And yes, we too much manual in that area. That's an area where we also want to improve in terms of automations, starting from this current financial year and we go forward. There was a question that was asked specifically on the salaries as a component of the total cost, the COE as a total component of the total expenditure, operating expenditure. That is at about 27%, Chairperson. If you compare a 4.4 billion rand that we budget for salaries vis-a-vis the 19 billion rand that is the total operating expenditure, that's around, we have not been greater than 30% as yet. No. Thank you, Chair. I I think it was said to be invalid irregular expenditure write-offs. That could be meaning an instance where a report has not gone to an MPEC. But as far as I know, a report must go to MPEC prior a writing of a recommendation to write off or not to write off. And the other thing that I think was asked was about the government debt. I think from where I'm standing, Chairperson, in here, I did show exactly what was in arrears as at the end of June. Maybe, Honorable Member Konza, you are looking to name even the departments that we can do so, but the 207 is 207 that is reported as at 30 June 2025. The call center, okay. I think we have had some issues with our service provider, MTN, when it comes to the municipal phones. As the invoices were incorrect, they firstly had to verify them. We have started making a payment to them. I think last week, Friday, 1.7 million rand was paid to them. There are invoices that were to be coming from today, if today is Monday, 4-point-something million rand, that will have to be paid. And I think there's a discussion that they must open up the system for us to be able to work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. There were a few questions that were asked. The one is the performance bonuses paid to directors. There was none. There were overseas trips, and some of them were funded because we were twinning with Germany, and we were also twinning with it's Germany and Ningbo in China. So part of those is part of the twinning agreement. So there are two. What we do, we only pay for substance and traveling. They pay for the tickets of people going there. But if the question is required for us to provide information, we will do so. And then the issue why the EDs are not filled. If you recall, Chair, I mentioned that there were two EDs report that were before Council on the 1st of October. It was the ED infrastructure and electricity and the ED of energy and infrastructure and infrastructure and electricity and energy. Those two reports are going back to Council on the 14th of October. And the other question that was asked, I won't be able, Chair, to give the detail how many passengers were transported by IPTS and the percentage of passengers that were transported. But the bus, we had a challenge with our service provider, which was Volvo, that was doing maintenance, but we sorted it out. But the bus are back now on their routes. The other issue that was asked was the water leaks. Chair, we've got 3 programs on leaks. We got the project funded by DWS under water conservation demand management, which we are improving the leaks in the city. We've got a program called War on Leaks, which we have also our plumbers that we have trained in the municipality that now we have absorbed them so that we can attend to these water leaks, so that we can enhance the capacity of our own officials. Then the other issue that was asked, what is the relationship of the DDM and the success challenges that we can... Yes, on the DDM model, as I've mentioned, that in the Office of the Residency, they are assisting us. They are providing our municipality in terms of what intervention, if any, they're going to assist us on. So we're going to we have launched the program. We have established the work streams on the program. We have identified our problems, and then they're going to come now to implement the program to roll out. So the successes will only be mentioned at that stage. I think Chair may come over to me.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the issue of how do we explain the non-delivery or service delivery being on distress, I think this relates to how the Honourable Member has mentioned that our accounting method might not be reflecting the true reflection. On service delivery, we've spent 98% on the budget for service delivery. And as well on USDG grant, we are at 88%. On ISOP grant, we are at 90%. On the disaster, we are at 85%. And on the conditional grants, we spent 77% in the 2024-2025. So to say that we are distressed, it might be relating to the water losses and electricity, but it's issues that we are dealing with. In terms of how do we deal with the water losses and also the electricity losses, we are hopeful that what we have adopted as reforms in the 3 departments is going to yield positive results in terms of us changing the management of these units and also how they have been managed to make sure that they are breaking even in terms of the costs and the operational fund. So there's hope that with the council adopted that plan and also the plans that have started to redesign the department, and with the unions accepting the process, the municipality should in the next 8 months be turning the page around this. And also if the consequences can also be attended to around these investigations that are happening, it can also leverage some of the pressure that is on the technical and non-technical losses in the departments. On the water side of things, we are trying by all means to make sure that we deal with the ailing infrastructure, because some of the water losses emanate from the ailing infrastructure on the pre-1994 areas. And we are hopeful that with the budget that is more skewed to these areas, we should be looking at a better percentage dropping in terms of these water losses with all the interventions that our acting city manager has mentioned. On the support of the province, we appreciate the fact that MEC for COGTA has supported us when we had no city manager and the COO. The 6 months has last month, and we have been fully supported by him during that time. We wrote to Provincial Finance looking for support on the 15th of January. Nothing has came to fruition. We met with the head of finance in the province, the MEC. They have not assisted us on finance so that we up our game in terms of this debt impairment, these financial misstatements that have been highlighted, and the incapacity then of SCM. But be that as it may, on December, when we wrote the letter in January, already in December, we have appointed a new SCM manager. So after that, in July, all SCM structures were reviewed. So as the metro, we should not be having major issues in terms of processing of tenders and deviating, because now committees are sitting, there are new committees that are sitting, they are processing the work. It's no longer a matter of committees not sitting, tenders being turned away when they must not turn away. I'm lost of words to express it better, but tenders not being processed thoroughly when the time comes for them to be fully processed. I think I think Chair, I've covered all. We've covered the questions that were posed to us. Thank you very much.
Thank MPEC and what are we doing? There was a question. Thank you, Chair.
I think there was a question from one of our honourable members on what have we done since there's reports, but there's no real consequence management. And I must say that, and I want honourable members to take note that we are having our 4th impact chair since the new dispensation, since 2021. So, but what we have done is we sent them to Cape Town. He said, go to Cape Town. Go and see what they are doing, and then you benchmark to what we are doing. Because remember, and it is true that we do get reports to council in terms of UIF. We write off debts, but it is not, the debt is not decreasing. But also because of the certain challenges, which is the challenge of limitation of scope. Because the limitation of scope is a situation where auditors could not obtain sufficient documentation and appropriate evidence to perform their work. And often it's due to missing supporting documents, because honourable members must just remember that some of these UIF cases stems from 2010, and sometimes these offenders are dead already, so it's really difficult, and that prevents impact to sort of give an opinion on some of these cases. And the total amount, which is under the limitation of scope waiting to be written off, it's now over 172 million. But we have, and the executive mayor has agreed that we need legal and internal audit people to form part of MPEC so that they can assist them in identifying the gaps that are there and the gaps that is caused the delays in accessing the file.
As you wrap up.
Yeah, in accessing the file. So we are doing something about it. We have our new MPEC chair that started last month. The month before last month.
Thank you.
Thank you. But we're working on it. Thanks.
There are follow-up questions. Honorable Panze, Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Matuani.
Chair, just the situation about the disciplinary processes for Dr. Nokolo Dwazi has not been answered at all. It was completely just missed, so I'd like that to be answered. What is the cost of the disciplinary to date? Why is it not concluded in 20 months? And how many acting MMs has been there? Then you spoke briefly about 2 EDs that has come to council, and it's coming back to council, but there's 7 vacancies. What about the rest? Then on the performance bonuses, it was mentioned, but there was no actual answer. It was just said performance bonuses, and then you went on to say the overseas trips, so I'd like to know that. And then the cost to run the IPTS per annum. I'd like that answered as well, please. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Mtolo.
No, thanks, Chair. No, when we wrap up, I think... Okay. No, Chair, I think when we wrap up, I think we need to cover something about MPEC, because seemingly there's a serious problem in terms of its performance and their work. So I'll request that actually we cover that, so that actually MPEC will be able to do its work as regulated. Because as we speak, there are shortcomings when it comes to MPEC. Thank you.
Honorable Matiwa.
I think Chair, the question is regarding the follow-up rather, is regarding the wastewater treatment plant. The 3 operating on expired licenses. I agree with Honorable Dolo there. Perhaps the committee may want to agree, Chair, that there must be a comprehensive report. Because the question was, Honorable Speaker, the question was, of this huge recorded amount of 22.2 billion, what has been done? How many reports that have gone to council? How many have then been approved? And how much? So perhaps we could just request a report not be responded depending on what the committee wants? Because I think that's a very, very important question.
The Executive Mayor and the team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Are we allowed to submit other responses in writing? Because we might not have specifics on the costs of the trips that were taken internationally and as to now. So we don't want to give misinformation to the committee. So we request to be pardoned in that. And the second issue on the matter of Dr. Ngwazi. Dr. Ngwazi, as item is going to council on the 14th of October, sorry, on the 14th of October. And we have, the process has dragged because we had to allow the disciplinary process to start. But the doctor has not attended a single session. The DB board has formulated a report. It's what we are going to submit to council. Her lawyers have requested a separation of contract, which is part of what is entailed in the report. So we are bringing that comprehensive report to council. The cost today on that matter, I don't know it on top of my head, and I don't want to give non-facts to the committee. Can we submit it, Chair, kindly so in writing? On the issue of the expired contracts of the treatment works, we are trying our level best to engage with the National Department of Sanitation. They have been walking the path with us to make sure that the first treatment works gets to where it's supposed to be. So we can give as well the update in writing, because even now in September we were supposed to even open one of the beaches linked to that treatment works with a full license and everything. So our timeline was the end of September. And let me give to the Speaker to give responses on other matters.
For this year, 3 reports went to council from Impact, and it only dealt with the write-offs. Thanks.
Performance bonuses.
No one received, Chair, the performance bonus. In any case, they were not going to be able to, because last year we only started with realigning the KPIs and KPAs based on, there was misalignment in the system. So we started a new process of realignment so that when we are assessing, there's a thorough a process that has been undergone. So thank you.
The issue of the license, are you covered? Okay. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank the municipality for your presentation and your active participation on the engagement. And listening to your presentation, there are some of the matters that we feel that they need to be attended to. Firstly is the issue of MPEC. I believe that when we were presenting you, somehow there were contradictions. Because at first we were given an impression that MPEC is meeting but does not report. And later, as we continue now with the discussion, the Speaker said the MPEC have submitted 3 reports on rights off. So there's a contradiction on that matter. And when the Executive Mayor was presenting, she also responded on one question where she was saying that the committees, the council committees are city as per the legislation. And it was when we addressed the issue of political stability in the municipality. Then the question rises to say, if the committees are sitting, why do you sit with these irregular expenditures of this amount of money? Because you have your audit committee, you have your disciplinary board, but yet there's nothing. So it may be that they sit just for compliance, but they're not doing actually what is expected from them. And then the issue also of the green contract. That contract was also raised by the MECs. You also spoke about it, whereby there's a resolution from the council. Can we please get that full report on the resolution of the council regarding that contract? And on the issue of participation of traditional leaders, you did indicate that the Questan have been recognized, but you don't have anything in paper in terms of their participation. Can you please also find time to engage the Department of COGTA and address the matter, as we know that the traditional leaders are part of our department and they have responsibility. And then the issue of consequence management, which seems to be a challenge. When we look at the AG, it also emphasized on the issue of not being able to investigate and also investigate the expenditures that are in your municipality, which means that there's no consequence management and accountability. And as we've indicated earlier, the reason why we conducted this oversight visit is because we want to modify our way of doing oversight to a point where consequence management and accountability will be the order of the day in order to build an ideal municipality. And then the issue of municipal debt is also raised, where we need to also have a realistic plan from the department, from government department, all the department in terms of paying your debt, in terms of paying the municipality the debt that they owe, and also in terms of municipalities paying its creditors on time. And there's a matter which also caused a bit of conflict in terms of the economic development, whereby there are two different sides in terms of how they see your municipality. On your side, you are saying in terms of the economy, you are performing well, whereas there are some challenges. On the other side, there's an issue of disinvestment in your municipality. We'll also recommend that you try to improve on your revenue enhancement strategy and also economic development strategy. And where you find that there are challenges in terms of your business communities, where there are challenges between them and the national department in terms of some of the policies that we make. Remember, we're dealing with cooperative governance. It will only be fair that at least you call the ministers that are related to those sectors and then have engagement so that you find a way of keeping the investors in your area, because you really need them. If your economy is not growing, it simply means that you'll have a lot of indigent and your municipality will also suffer. So we'll also encourage that at least every now and then you have that meeting with your stakeholders, and where the national department is affecting your growth in the municipality, you then call them to come and address those matters. However, the issue of irregular expenditure is a challenge, and we also can you please also give us a report in terms of your whole budget as a municipality, your monthly collection rate, your salary bill monthly, and also your expenditure in terms of service delivery, so that we can be able to see where the challenge is and also be able to assist where necessary. I will now give to the chair to give us a closing remark. After this, we'll then have to go to lunch, and then we must be back by 2:45 for the second municipality.
Thank you. I'll use this one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Tereko. I do want to support the summing up, your summary on issues for attention. I want to just go back a little bit to this issue. You know, those of us who have been in the public service for long know something we call bureaucratic fudging. Sometimes you come with all the right words, terms, and put them together, and then when you listen, it sounds like everything is covered, but when you go into it, you realize that actually it's not been done, it's not been dealt with. Now, I think the CFO said he wasn't quite sure what is this, what are we talking about. Now, in 2023-24, as per the consolidated MFMA report, the municipality, this is from the OH's office, the municipality is reported amongst the 6 that did not comply with the legislated requirement to write off irregular expenditure, as its write-off was not based on the results of investigations. It's very specific, and I don't expect a senior manager not to actually have picked that up as a major issue. You want to challenge it, Speaker? Okay. All right. So, in this regard, paragraph 60 of the municipality's 2023-24 audit report states that losses resulting from irregular expenditure were certified by council as irrecoverable without having conducted an investigation to determine the recoverability of the expenditure in contravention of section 32, subsection 2, subsection B of the Municipal Finance Management Act. This is what this discussion is all about. Now, we've been listening through to how you've been dealt with it. Now, Honorable Dirago has actually indicated how you've contradicted yourself. Now, for us, it's a serious issue, and that is the starting point. And therefore, the point which we want to raise with you is we want to know why the Speaker and the Council allowed a submission for a write-off which was illegal. Why does the Speaker allow that? And the question, therefore, is what should then be done to the Speaker who allowed it? That is really what this committee is interested in. You allow an irregular write-off, then something must happen to you who has allowed it. That is really the question here. And so we can't discuss it broadly, vaguely, and contradict each other. Now, the issue has been raised about the working of the MPEC. And when I listened to the Speaker was talking in a very futuristic terms what the MPEC will do. Talking about, they'll be given capacity and so on. And that's not the issue. The issue is how to explain the past. It's not what we're going to do in the future. The question is how to explain the past. This is what the basis of this oversight is all about. Now, Honorable Konza raises the question of a committee that will support MPEC. I didn't hear the issue properly, but if there was such, it sounds like there's some pattern somewhere, which is not the way things should be happening. So I think we need that clarified. What is it that we're going to be doing, and what is this committee? Then there were specific issues. Again, here I'm saying fudging. The MEC says there's a problem with evergreen contracts. That's been put in the summary. So there's resistance in the investigation. And he says sometimes this resistance results in some kind of interference with the processes of intervention. He was here, and I think all of us heard. And we became very interested, but we haven't had any of that coming from your side. It's a reason why we're avoiding it. So we need a specific answer to that. What are these? So for us, what's going to be important to help us get out of the fudging, give us a list. Which are these evergreen contracts? Give us a list, amounts and actions taken to deal with those which were supposed to be investigated. Was, according to the MEC, COGTA and Treasury alone are not enough. We now need a criminal investigation program. The mayor mentioned only one instance where they said the Hawks were investigating, but then the municipality can't continue to investigate because being under investigated by someone else. This was one. We don't know which one that is. These evergreen contracts, what are they about? And how much are they for? Who have they been awarded to? And what investigations were done and were stopped or were interrupted? We need that list now. And in so saying, we want to know who's been resisting, but more than that, we want to know what action have you taken when there was that kind of resistance. So then they will be out of the fudging. We'll be very specific about what we want. That's what these members are looking for. Then, again, who are these service providers that have been reacting? Because it says the external service providers get involved. I don't know of a situation where you get an internal procedure of a municipality wherein there's an intervention from someone from outside who is a service provider. That's difficult for us to understand. And we need to get more information on that. And then Honorable Matiwane is raising the issue of deviations. Now, this issue of deviations was raised, and again, we're fighting it. So what we are seeing here is that now he's saying you can have a deviation, but once you do serial deviations, they're becoming illegal. So we want to know where are these deviations. Can you give us a list? Where are these? And we want to see the serial ones where they've been repeated. We also want to know who was responsible for the repeat. Not because we're interested in who did the repeat, but because we're interested in what you have done to the ones who have done the illegal deviation. That's the part. We're not worrying about the fact that they've done it. They've already done it, so they've done something wrong. That's not our problem. Our problem is what about you who have now been overseeing a process of an illegal deviation? That is why we're interested in. And we obviously want to get clear reasons why. I think what would be useful for us is to get a whole sense of investigations that have been done here. What investigations have you done? And can we see those investigations? You list them, and the MEC and the MECs have left, but what do we expect out of this process? That every 3 months we'll be getting a report from yourselves. And all these reports you're going to be giving us, they're going to go through the MECs. And the main reason why they're going to the MECs is two. Firstly, once they've done those reports, then that matter gets submitted for the provincial legislature to discuss it. The next question is that once they've done those reports, we're more interested in what did the provincial executive do to intervene in such situation. You remember I made a comment earlier and I said there are instances where the performance of the municipality no longer reflects the lack of capacity in the municipality. It reflects the lack of ability of the provincial government to intervene, and this is what we wanted to see. So when you give them the reports, we know things that have gone wrong. We're not interested in that. We're interested in what action they, as the provincial executive, are taking in this regard. So there will be reports that will be discussed in the legislature. That's why we're a joint team, because they must then go and discuss them. Once we receive the reports as a joint team, we also will submit this to the National Assembly. So at the end, the real issue which we're interested in is a report on consequence management, a list of disciplinary actions that have been taken, a list of criminal investigations following the UFW that have been taken. It becomes useful for us as well that when you take us through those, you must kind of highlight between the two which ones of those were a result of your internal processes picking up irregularities for investigations, and which ones was a result of the Auditor General's report. And the distinction between those two is to determine whether the municipality has got a lot more investigations that are relying upon the AG. In other words, somebody has to supervise the municipality to find out the wrong things. But on its own, the municipality does not have its own checks and balances to pick up things and correct them before they are gone wrong. That's why we want to see it. So I don't want you to send us a list. I want us to be very clear, because that's what we're assessing. Can we rely on the municipality to manage itself things which are wrong before they are wrong, there's damage, and then they can investigate and act on it. Or you will only find out 2 years down the line when damage was done, only because the Auditor General is the one that is telling us what you did wrong. There's a big distinction between those two. That's why we want to say it. The focus of this whole committee is about accountability and consequence management. So at the end of it, once you've got a situation like so many years there's not been action, we need to be able to say what actions were taken on those who did not act when they should have done. That is really where we are. Otherwise, the rest of the issues that the Honorable Director as Chair has indicated, I fully support. Thank you very much.
Let me also take this opportunity once more to thank you for being part of the meeting, and we will get your report from the MEC after each and every 3 months until we get the municipality right. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we can now go to lunch because it's now 2:25. We'll have to be back by 2:55. Thank you. But your municipality, you are excused. Thank you. continue with our meeting. It's now 3:05, so we are going to start with our meeting. Let me welcome the leadership from the Buffalo City. You are welcome to our meeting. Our session is going to take 2 hours, which is going to be the 15 minutes presentation from the municipality, and the remaining minutes will be for engagement between the members of parliament, legislature, and the municipality. And we'll also request that when you respond to our question, try to be a bit direct, stick to the facts, don't over elaborate because it's going to take a lot of time. And when you give us the presentation, we'll request that there are some questions that were sent to each and every municipality. So as you give us the presentation, also stick to those questions. And as you present also, we'll also request that you consider giving us information regarding your staff establishment, regarding your consequence management in terms of the expenditures, irregular expenditures, so that we don't ask you the questions. And we'll now start. We are going to stick to time. It's 3:05. You have 15 minutes. In that 15 minutes, you introduce yourself. There's a political overview from the political head and the presentation. We are going to stick to time. So I will now allow the executive mayor and the team to introduce themselves and go straight to the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A greeting to yourself and to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and also members of the Portfolio Committee in the provincial legislature. Honorable Chair of the session, we are together here as Troika, myself as the Executive Mayor, the Speaker of Council, Councillor Humphrey Maklekwana. We've got the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Nozandile Mhlon, MMC for Infrastructure and Finance and Human Settlement. We've got the City Manager and CFO and HODs that have accompanied us. So we want to thank the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity that we're given just to do the introduction, Chair. Buffalo City Municipality, we've been faced with a lot of challenges, Chair, we must say, in the past, but we must say that there's some improvement in the work, especially on the audit action plan. If you remember that our WIP was sitting at about 5 billion, as Buffalo City Municipality, we're currently sitting at 1.9 billion, and we believe that in this financial year we can even reduce that up to 1.1 billion. We're struggling with about 700 million, which has not been capitalized. So we're struggling with that, about 700 million, because of projects that backdate from 2010. But it's work that we are doing, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, also in terms of our audit action plan as Buffalo City, we are dealing with our audit action plan, especially during the 2023-2024 financial year, where the issues of evergreen contract was raised by the AG. We must say that Buffalo City have terminated some of those green contracts while in the process, because they were entered prior the MFMA. So we're in the process of others have been terminated, and others are still going to be terminated because it's a process, Honorable Chairperson. There were those cases which SCOPA had raised with Buffalo City, which is your water world. We currently, that process is with the Hawks and the SIU for investigation. We have referred the water world matter to the Financial Disciplinary Board of the Council. The Mtanzania swimming pool, also there was a forensic report which the council appointed, and that forensic report was adopted by council and handed over to the SIU, and we have also referred that matter to the Financial Disciplinary Board.
On the Zwelicha wastewater treatment, the project is currently, because that project was not 100% completed, that project is currently in a specification process, which it will go on tender by the end of October. Buffalo City has set aside budget to deal with the Zwelicha wastewater treatment because it can unlock a lot of development for the city. The issue of the COVID project, also that matter is referred to the Financial Disciplinary Board. I must say, Chair, one of the issues which AGA has raised with us as Buffalo City is the issue of consequence management. We've been dealing with that consequence management. We've got a lot of cases. We can give you a report in management. Some have been suspended as Buffalo City. But if I go to the audit action plan, there were understatements in terms of revenue. We've completed that assessment as Buffalo City. Repairs and maintenance disclosed to capitalize those assets. So we're also doing correction, and that is currently with the AG. With assets, we are doing physical verifications. Our WIP, as I've mentioned, was sitting currently at about 1.8 billion. So from 5 billion. So you can see the effort that we've been doing. We've been faced with a lot of challenges, Chair. I must say, as I'll give over to City Manager to do the presentation, especially with water challenges. But what is important, we've done an assessment as Buffalo City with the water challenges that we have and our waste treatment plants, which will need about 8 billion to deal with. I say, as I'll give over to City Manager to do the presentation, especially with water challenges. But what is important, we've done an assessment as Buffalo City with the water challenges that we have and our waste treatment plants, which will need about 8 billion to deal with. We depend on the Amatola Water Board to deal with some of their issues because it's a backlog of us not maintaining infrastructure for the past 10 years. So there's an effort that we're doing. Even ourselves as Troika, we've been doing oversight in projects that have delayed. So we are trying by all means, but I don't want to take most of the time. Then Chair will do the presentation through you. I just felt that I must do this minor introduction. Thanks, Chair. Can I hand over the mic, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all honorable members. I would not waste time. I'm trying to show my presentation, and I hope the IT will be able to help me. But I'll proceed in the meantime in the interest of time. Indeed, our presentation outline is in terms of the guidance we have received from Parliament on the areas where the municipality should emphasize on responding. We welcome the opportunity to make the presentation to the Parliamentary Committee, and we will demonstrate in our presentation that the municipality, whilst they've identified all the challenges we have had, these challenges are being currently addressed. There is progress in this regard. One, on governance, we deal with governance fundamentals. National Treasury rated the BCM as stable. We are being assessed by National Treasury twice, if not more, in a year, to ensure that our budget is funded and that the governance outlook of the municipality, which is currently rated as being stable. The Municipal Council and its committee convenes per legislation with major decision made on time. Work is being done to improve efficiency of the council. A seamless political and administrative interface is being maintained. Currently, we're receiving the Section 154 support from COGTA to enhance governance, audit support, and service delivery. The functional organizational structure. We have a fully appointed city manager with heads of directorates, which are in place and meeting all the minimum competency requirements. The macro structure was reviewed based on the National Treasury diagnostic assessment. and the microstructure review is at 75% complete. The council has had a moratorium, and that moratorium has since been lifted, with 47 critical positions in infrastructure, water and electricity having been identified. We are now migrating to an electronic performance management system, which is currently being rolled out and moving away from manual system. On institutional transformation and trading service reforms, there are key reforms that has visited the city, which is the trading service reforms with regard to water and sanitation, electricity and energy, and solid waste. These reforms are coming from National Treasury, and the municipality are required to ensure that these services achieve sustainability, hence the requirement to have them as a single unit within the municipality. Grant funding is now going to be linked to how far the municipality has complied with these reforms, and we are embracing them because we believe that we and our communities will greatly benefit from these reforms. The electricity and water turnaround strategy has already been adopted by Council, and we have effectively established these entities as business units within the municipality with acting HODs. The solid waste management reform is also being prepared, and the transition will be done in the end of the financial year. The city remains the only municipality in the Eastern Cape Metros that is compliant with this transformative program of trading service reforms. We are coordinating all departments to support this transition and of these essential services into a single point of accountability, and we are busy moving resources to the ring-fence trading units. On the functionality of oversight structures, I'll start with committees and DC board. The Mayoral Committee and Municipal Public Accounts Committee are functional. A session with MPEC facilitated by National Treasury has improved the relations and information sharing, which was the issue before. The city has a functional audit committee and risk committee. A financial misconduct disciplinary board is established and active. The MPEC oversight, we reviewed UIFWE registers and monitor consequence management. We've processed annual reports, audit outcomes, and AGSA findings. We've also investigated capital projects, irregular contracts, and financial misconduct. Over the 2021-2025 term, MPEC undertook a range of investigation in response to issues raised through AGSA finding, internal audit report, community complaints, oversight visits. The investigation focused on contracts with material irregularities, projects with visible implementation delays, and matters flagged for possible financial misconduct under Section 32 of the MFMA. Key areas investigated include delay in partially completed capital projects, like your Water World in Tanzania, swimming pool, Court Crescent upgrades, contract with significant variance between paid amounts and progress on site, often with no clear documentation of value for money justification, written off contracts involving prescribed contract debt recovery, like your CE38 contract, CE119, and CE77, totaling to 2.2 billion. Cases of irregular fruitless expenditure, including deviation from SEM processes, extension of contracts beyond the validity period, and variation orders without approval. A recommendation on consequence management under Section 32 of the MFMA, often leading to referral to Council. In several instances, MPEC investigation led to Council to adopt the resolution to write off expenditure, pursue recovery, refer matters to legal advice and the disciplinary board. There is work with management to fast-track implementation of resolutions, and work is being undertaken to ensure that the high balance of the UIFWEs is being addressed. On the financial health of the city, The cash and cash equivalent of the city as of 31st July 2025 is 765 million. This funding is invested with various financial institutions in compliance with MFMA. The year-to-date collection rate as of 31st July 2025 is 67.55, which is lower than the norm, but compared to that time in 2024-2025, which was sitting at 44.3%. This ratio denotes the city's ability to collect billed revenue from its consumers. BCM's liquidity is considered stable.
City Manager, as I've indicated that we allocated 15 minutes for you. You are already on the 15 minutes, so I will give you the last 4 minutes to complete the presentation. I will request that you don't go through it, don't read it, just go through it. Give us an overview.
Thank you, Chair. I will go to unfunded mandates, which we have shared into 3 areas, which is human settlement, library service, and Settlers Way Road. In these areas, we indicate that the municipality has been either bridging the services of providing libraries, and that the municipality is owed by the human settlement as well as Department of Roads for their assets. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure, on UIFWE, the balance on fruitless and wasteful expenditure is 692, whilst on unauthorized expenditure, the city has got 0, because the municipality, through its budget adjustment, has dealt with the unauthorized expenditure. The irregular expenditure is sitting at 10.5 billion, and currently in front of MPEC, the MPEC is considering 3 billion, which will be a matter that the MPEC will be sitting on the 17th, considering in the next council meeting to write off 3 billion. Measures to address the irregular expenditure. As indicated, we have terminated all evergreen contracts, or we are in the process of terminating all evergreen contracts. We have also ensured that the contracts that were irregular and some of them declared illegal has since been terminated. On bulk infrastructure, water and sanitation, only about 54% of water and 43% of wastewater infrastructure is in good condition. On service delivery highlights, on basic services, BCM has 98% access to clean water and 97% to basic sanitation. Our electricity infrastructure is fairly stable. On roads, we are working on improving our surface roads with the launch of the Valazonge pothole project and resurfacing of some roads, including the Konobi main road. The city, we are proud to indicate that the city has improved in cleanliness with 100% waste collection coverage. Housing delivery, on the financial year 2023, we have developed 1,181 houses. Audit turnaround, which I must be quick. The Buffalo City has received a qualified audit report. The adverse finding on irregular expenditure, which were primarily, as indicated, as a consequence of irregular contracts and panel contracts that were unlawful, which we have now since terminated. BCM is committing to ensuring that the repeat findings are all resolved, and that these findings are linked to not only to department but to individuals responsible. And we have weekly meetings as Department of Clean Audit Auction activities to ensure that we turn around the audit outcome of the municipality. On consequence management, we have had council referring the SIU report as indicated by the executive mayor on the COVID-19. That report is now sitting with the disciplinary board. On the NU2 swimming pool, the investigation report by Ernst & Young was also referred to the disciplinary board. The audit findings related to internal control gaps, consequence management will be applied if targets in the action plan are not being met. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I will then allow members for clarity-seeking questions and inputs. I will start with Honorable Mthethwa, or I will start this side. Can I start with Honorable Labuskagte? Honorable Van Zyl?
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to talk about Waterworld upgrades. Why has the Waterworld Fun Park upgrade in East London been left vandalised and incomplete despite more than 120 million rand spent? What are the reasons for the extended project delays, and what action has been taken against the contractor responsible for non-performance? How much of the infrastructure has been lost or damaged due to vandalism, and what is the total cost of rehabilitation at this moment as we stand? When will BCM provide a comprehensive project completion timeline and financial audit for this development? And what progress, if any, has been made regarding the proposal for private sector partnership that was announced in September of 2025? Then on the Marina Glen upgrades, Ebuhlanti, how did the Marina Glen upgrade escalate from 6 million rand to 70 million rand? And who improved this increase? Were the councillors or the public misled about the true cost of this project when it began in June of 2024? What has caused the current stalling of construction, and is there a plan to secure funding for remaining phases? And has there been any internal investigations into financial and procedural irregularities associated with this upgrade? That's the Marina Glen. Then on the water shortages for the western suburbs, what urgent steps are being taken to resolve the water shortages in places like Mdantsane, Kitts Beach and other western areas of BCM? And where is the issue? Is the issue with Amatola Water Board, or is it with BCM's infrastructure failing? Where's the issue? Then the vandalism of community assets. What is the extent of vandalism and the theft across BCM's community infrastructure, including water measures has been in place for officials that are failing to protect these assets of the municipality, because that's a requirement. Then lastly, just on overtime expenditure, why does BCM continue to incur millions of rands in overtime despite being under a financial recovery plan? Which departments are the highest contributors to the overtime, and are they justified? What internal controls are in place to prevent system abuse or manipulation of overtime claims? I'd like to know if that is an occurrence, and what are you doing about that? And when will BCM table a revised cost containment strategy to curb excessive overtime? Chairperson, I know I did go fast, but I will let them know if they didn't answer anything.
Thank you. Let me give the municipality to respond. Municipality.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will give first the CEO of BCMDA to respond to the issue of the water world, and then I'll give MMC Gyali to respond on the issue of Marine Glen, and then I will give the acting HOD to deal with the water issues. I'll come last.
You have 5 minutes to respond to all those questions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Firstly, let me speak on the
Marine Glen, Ebuhlande. The original scope, the total scope of Ebuhlande was never 6 million. 6 million only formed part of the first elements and aspects of the first phase. Now, the estimated total scope was adding around 67 million. Thus far, the first phase has been completed of the internal roads, the culverts, the stormwater. Currently, we have appointed a contractor to finish and the issues that relate to the detail of the ablution facilities. Equally, what will be worked on as part of the second phase are the issues of the 33 Brightstead areas for those who work there, which are the hawkers, the issues of electricity, and minor details that would uplift Ebuhlande. That will be done, of course, by the end of November. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Water World, if I may stand, the Water World is correct that the expenditure is 122. The damages currently that have been incurred have been quantified in terms of the correction, what needs to be corrected, and is sitting at 54 million, so that it can be finished and operational. There is a recovery process from the contractor and all people that were involved, and that recovery process is underway. The matter has been referred to the Municipal Disciplinary Board so that there is full investigation and further actions being taken, and SIU is currently handling the matter, and the Hawks as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. I'm going to be responding on the water issues that were raised while I was outside, but I was briefed on the general questions that were asked. Buffalo City, the bulk water supply from the municipality is mainly coming from Amatola Water Board, which is a Department of Water and Sanitation board. We have 10 water supply systems, and out of those 10, we as Buffalo City are only running 2. The rest of the bulk water supply is coming from Amatola Water. Now we have specific areas that we have water challenges in the area. One of them is Mtanzane, which is supplied from Amatola Water Naun dam system, but also from our own municipal water system. We call it Mzonyana water system. So to Mtanzane, we're supplying 600 liters per second. Those who would know, it's 600 liters, quite a big volume. And 300 of that comes from Amatola Water. And whenever we don't have supply from their side, we cannot meet the demand of Mtanzane. So we've had those issues that while we meet our own side of 300 liters per second, at times they are not meeting their 300 liters per second. So what happens is the reservoirs continuously go down because they are not matching the demand. So that's the challenge we have in Tanzania. And we also have challenge in the Bisho area in terms of water supply. And again, for Bisho, we're supplied bulk water by Amatola Water from the Lane Dam system. So they pump water from Lane Dam treatment plant to Bisho. We've got a big reservoir in Bisho for the whole Bisho area and the King Williamstown. However, the supply from the Lane Dam, from the Amatola system to the reservoir is insufficient. As a result, we have that shortage in that area. We also have shortages in the area of Kaiser's Beach, Cholomna villages, Ngecha villages. Also, those villages are supplied from the lane dam system. And that reservoir that is pumped from the lane dam it's actually pumped to Tanzania and then gravitated to Needs Camp. And from Needs Camp to Ngecha villages and so on, and right down to Cholomna and Kaiser's Beach. Again, that reservoir is supplied by Amatola Water, and they are not meeting the requirements. So those are the main challenges that we have in terms of water supply. For the rest of the city, we still manage to service the city in terms of water. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Pillay. Good afternoon, members of the. The first one was vandalism. Yes, we have a major challenge around vandalism on twofold, especially around the electricity copper cables. Now, this has led to also the losses in electricity and eye expenditure that's incurred, as well as the water and sanitation plants. So on the sanitation plant, the sewer plants are hit badly, as you would have read in the papers, the sewer into the rivers as such, because of the vandalism to the copper cables. In terms of electricity, the last report in terms of August was about 203 million rand on electricity alone. So it's about R1 billion a year on electricity and copper cables. We have embarked on changing our overhead copper to aluminium. Also that we increase the protection to our assets using cameras and whatever sophisticated methods, as well as security, our own security and outsourced security. The sanitation plants is a problem. It seemed that the syndicate who was operating there seemed to know exactly where the copper cables are lying underneath the ground. In terms of overtime, overtime is due to excess overtime incurred by the infrastructure departments in terms of reacting to these call-outs, whether it's water, sanitation, or electricity. And these are normally done at night, therefore the exorbitant costs. But I must point out that we're currently at 25%. Our total expenditure on salaries is 25% of our total budget. How are we going to reduce the overtime claim? The challenge is that we have a moratorium on employing to fill our organogram. So currently that is on hold. We're only advertising those that have retired, deceased in the city. So and if it's a critical position that need to be filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member Lepus-Karnet.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to ask about vehicle shortages. How many of BCM's 1,500 vehicles are currently operational, and what percentage are out of service? How much has the municipality spent on vehicle hire contracts, and why are essential services like waste management and water delivery being crippled by this fleet crisis? And what is the current status of fuel supply contracts? And are there any service providers withholding fuel due to non-payment? Then we're going to billing errors. Why are billing inaccuracies in water and electricity accounts still reoccurring in the municipality? And what steps has been taken to address faulty meters and estimated billing, which often lead to overcharging? How many formal billing complaints have been lodged in the past 12 months, and what percentage have been resolved? And do you have a plan to modernize the metering and the billing system to restore public confidence? And then the Court Crescent, the stoop upgrade. Why did the Court Crescent beachfront project experience such significant cost overruns beyond the initial 87 million rand? Has any investigation been launched into the quality of workmanship and whether the project delivered value for money? Were the design changes or contract variations approved by Council, and if so, can these be made public? What measures are being implemented to ensure accountability for poor workmanship on this flagship project? And the last one is on electricity losses. Some of these things have already been answered. What are the main causes behind BCM's escalating electricity losses, which rose from 20.4 to 31%? And then what concrete measures are being taken to combat electricity theft and upgrading aging infrastructure? Has BCM developed a loss reduction plan, and when will it be presented to Council? Thank you.
Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you very much. Tanzania swimming pool. I would also request that can we get a documented account of it, as much as you will respond here, but can we also get a documented account of it and your understanding of the time value of money in relation to that project? The irregular expenditure. We received a presentation by Treasury, and Treasury is saying this huge irregular expenditure can be located to two municipalities, the metros, PCM and Nelson Mandela. Now, the question is, can you be able to talk about it? Of course, we know irregular expenditure started way back, but of course, can we be able to account about between 2021 and now, as far as we're concerned as BCM? And are there any transactions that are predominantly looked from the point of view of deviations on your side? Stability. The city manager is saying that Treasury has categorized you as stable. That's one thing that we're fighting with Treasury this morning. Because our understanding, the presentation of Treasury was saying, politically we are stable, but in terms of taking decisions, which one assumes that council decisions from the point of view, Scar, is that you take time. Can you clear yourself on that side? What's your understanding of political stability when there are attempts to depose the mayor? And then the question of CFOs. Do you have two CFOs? And how does that happen? Your recent industrial action, was it protected? And interesting is the assumptions that are banded out there of an intervention. Let me not call it political intervention, but let me say it's an attempt to usurp the powers of the administration. What is it? What deal that you got into with the union that resulted to what happened beyond that industrial action? The over-reliance on the auto sector. One cannot blame you as the municipality per se, but yourself and Nelson Mandela, you have VW there, you have Mercedes-Benz around yourselves, you have Island and ITZ, they have KUHA there. Then what are the attempts, or first, what is the impact of tariffs, of Trump's tariffs in terms of what your economy is performing, as I would argue that you are over-reliant on the auto sector? Of course, not you per se, but looking at the Eastern Cape government, because there are no mines there. And then what is it that you are doing to mitigate against that, now that you are seeing the repercussions of relying on one sector of the economy?
As you wrap up,
as I wrap up, the textile, what is the performance of Tagama these days? And do you have any hope of going back to what Tagama was before and the contribution in the economy of the area from the textile? Then Chipa United, talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm having difficulties in terms of understanding the explanation given by the municipality with regard to MPEC and its work and oversight bodies. There are long sentences, but for me, I don't get a sense of what is being explained here. In brief, can you tell Parliament actually what is exactly that impact is doing? And then you talk of 95 meetings that took place, but really I fail to understand what exactly is happening here. Just in brief. Thank you.
Give the municipality to respond to the questions of the honourable member, and after their response will then come to Honourable Buthelezi.
I think I will start first, Chair. On the issue of MPEC, Chair, we must say that the MPEC Chair is not here. He's not here today, but we can just give a brief overview. MPEC had challenges in the beginning where the committee was not cooperating. We had to change MPEC committees, and now things are much better when it comes to MPEC. We further requested COGTA to reinforce in terms of capacity within MPEC. So that is currently happening. There were at times accusations that management and MPEC are not agreeing. So myself and Speaker, which is Section 79 and Troika, we had to intervene and try to assist them to create stability and relations within MPEC. But we must say, Chair, in the past months, MPEC has done work. I know they've written off about 1.2 billion out of our irregular expenditure. Last week again, they had a meeting, MPEC, which they have written off about 1.6. The 1.6 is still going to council, but you can see there is improvement that is happening now after we had to intervene. If I can go to the questions of Honorable Ndamase, especially on the issues of the economy of the city. Of course, with the Buffalo City for the past 13 years or so, we've not been growing because we've been mostly depending on the auto industry. But when we came in, we had to put more emphasis on the expansion of the East London port, which that port now has been deepened by Transnet. We are putting that port as one of our key arms, especially in agriculture. We are seeing in countries like Ethiopia that when you focus in agriculture, when you export and you produce your own food, and that has already started. So we have created that. We have also established a business compact as Buffalo City Municipality with big businesses, big chambers, Border Kai Chamber, Mercedes-Benz, and all these businesses where we are attracting business outside of the country. But you can see, if you come into the city, there are new factories that are being built. IDZ is one of our major contributor also of investment, bringing companies outside the country. It is also expanding now to Berlin and Tabozuko, King Williamstown. So these are the efforts that we're doing as a city. Of course, someone would say that when you see the new malls that are being built in the city, but one thing we know, it's creating job opportunities as well. So we've been focusing, but Buffalo City is also home of tourism in the entire country. So we've been trying to put more emphasis when it comes to tourism in the city. So we're trying to promote. We've also been awarded as the City of Literature by UNESCO. So these are the developments that are happening in the city. When it comes to the Mtanzane swimming pool, Honorable Member, Mtanzane swimming pool has been a hot potato for the city, but we must say, despite that, people of Mtanzane must not suffer, because that swimming pool is not just the NU2 swimming pool, but it's for the entire Mtanzane. We had to make sure this time around in terms of our project management, because this is where the municipality has been lacking in terms of project managing. So now we as council would not accept anything until we are satisfied that that project is properly managed. We have established a team we've set aside budget from Tanzania swimming pool. We've referred to the Tanzania, to the Financial Disciplinary Board. But what is important, Chair, we're currently terminating the consulting which was doing the Tanzania swimming pool. Once we finalize that, plans are ready so that we're able to start with the issue of Tanzania swimming pool. When it comes to irregular expenditure, Chair, of course, it's sitting at 10 billion as you are dating, because in 2021 only it was about 7 billion. But when we came in, it was about 1. But if you can see, it's reducing. In the last financial year, I think it was about 400 million. It means there is change that we are doing in terms of our irregular expenditure. And Council is putting an effort in putting these matters so that MPEC can investigate on irregular expenditure. We can say maybe towards the end of this year or early next year, we'll be sitting at about 6 billion in terms of irregular expenditure. I will then, in terms of in the industrial action, Chairperson, through you to the honourable member, on the industrial action, there was a demand on the issue of COVID allowance from the workers, which happened in around 2021 during COVID-19. But this is an issue of the National Bargaining Council, which we have referred it to there. Workers have raised the issue of outsourcing, especially which the honourable member has raised in terms of our fleet management, where they will say that we hire trucks. Yes, I must confess in this portfolio committee, our fleet is problematic for us as a city, but we've given infrastructure the responsibility to come up with a fleet management strategy. And currently we're developing a policy which must be adopted by council so that we start to do fleet management. I must say, even with the water tankers, you would know the entire country is faced with the issue of water mafias. And we believe this is something bigger than us. And we're doing this policy, presenting it to council, and also engaging labor in the process when it comes to fleet. The billing issue in the city has been a thorny issue. We're dealing with billing issue. It is not electricity. Remember, tariffs are not determined by us, it's determined by NERSA. So the issue of electricity is not an issue in terms of billing. Where the challenge is the water leakages in the city. MMC will come in on technical aspects to deal with that, but we've National Treasurer is putting smart meters across the city to deal with the issue of billing and electricity loss. So I will give Honourable MMC, and then I will give City Manager to respond and CFO. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Greetings once again, Honourable Chair. On the issue of fleet questions that related to the percentage that we can quantify, I think the Executive Mayor is correct to say issues that relate to water tankers and compactor trucks, they are the most essential, area. I think it's very important to state to the committee and honourable members of the committee that it could range to 80% as a result of the high break-ins, the vandalism to our depots. But another thing is that we have now completed the issue of the fleet solution. However, it is sitting with the legal unit so that all that has been compiled can go to council, but having to have been considered the legal aspect of it. On the issue of the quantifying from 1,500 units of fleet, I think we should reduce that into writing, because I feel that there was an auction that was done that we had undergone as the city just a month ago, and during that course of time, there were fleet that had been procured. But I must put emphasis to say, in terms of the categories of cars and vehicles, the major aspect would be the compactor trucks and the water tankers. Going to the issue that relates to the
energy losses, Chair, I beg your indulgence, the energy losses. The city has adopted the issue of the trading services reforms, and we have a business unit currently. And part of what we're doing so as to curb the electricity losses is that we do have a revenue protection team that goes out to inspect on illegal connections. Of course, we are hit immensely by cable theft. But and as part of our risk analysis of the city that has been adopted by council, equally we are addressing that so as to respond. But party to that, part of what will be assisting us in terms of these trading services is the issue of capacity in terms of human capital, so as to ensure that all that we do as the city does translate to the reduction of it. There is a plan in place. We are in contact with National Treasury so as to ensure that we coin the correct model to respond to this. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will respond to the issue of the two CFOs and give to my colleague on the issue of the revenue or billing errors. The city has got only one CFO. The CEO of the city has been on sick leave for a very long time due to injury he sustained during the course of work. On advice by lawyers of the municipality, who indicated that because the case involving the CFO involves an injury on duty, and in terms of COGTA, the municipality is allowed to give the CFO recovery of at least 2 years. And after the expiry of 2 years, the municipality must assess as to whether the CFO is capable of resuming his duties. On expiry of the 2 years, there has been an engagement between the municipality and the CFO with the physiotherapist report of the municipality that indicated, or the physiotherapist report of the CFO indicating that the CFO is not capable of resuming his full duties of the municipality, even though the CFO felt that he can resume his duties. So on advice, again, we're informed that the best route is to deal with this issue through a capacity inquiry. That capacity inquiry is now on, which makes the matter sub judice in a sense. There's a set down date of October, and the parties involved in the matter requested that that there should be a commissioning of a new physiotherapist report, which has now been finalized, and that will be dealt with through the capacity inquiry set for October this month. I'm not sure of the specific date. So the current CFO that is acting is appointed as a COO. He's not a CFO in the municipality. He's a Chief Operation Officer, appointed by council to act in the position of the CFO. So the response is that the municipality do not have two CFOs. They've got only one CFO whose matter is being dealt with through a legal process. Thank you, Chair.
As you wrap up, the Executive Mayor and the team.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Just to finish up the issue of MPEC, which is a Section 79 committee. I know members do remember a very bleak report by SCOPA at that time. It's when we had a problem with participation of members, meetings not correcting. After that, there was a smooth running of MPEC as a committee. So Now it works well. Apologies for the chair of MPEC who's not here. Just one issue that was raised around council decisions. Our council sits 4 times a year, but also has various special council meetings as and when there is a need. In those council meetings, we take decisions and we track resolutions of council. Because if we don't track resolutions of council, we won't implement the decisions of council. So that is done, Honorable Faku. So all these committees sit, Section 79 committees, Section 80, and they report to council through various portfolio committees, reporting to Section 80, reporting to the mayor, and then to council, Section 79, to council. So there is operation at that space. I think committee must rest assured that there is that, but there were problems before. I thought I must raise this just finally on the industrial action by the union. Yes, you cannot have a healthy situation when there is no collaboration between the institution and labor. We're beginning to correct that through management or political management. The only problem was a relation gap between the union and the labor, and PCM leadership.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I just want to emphasize the area of council committees. As the Metro, we have a multi-party committee which I am chairing as a whip of council. We start at the multi-party committee before the council, so there is no instability in our municipality at all. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just one last point that I felt it's important to respond, especially on this issue of CFO, because people seem at times to misunderstand this issue of CFO. Mr. Pillay, in his previous life, he was a CFO of Buffalo City. And then council dismissed him. He was then reinstated to come back to work. During that time, we had to negotiate with him that the position was already filled of a CFO. And then he agreed, and then he was given the position of COO. So sometimes people think these are 2 CFO, but I think city managers responded on the medical one. So there are no 2. He's a COO, but is acting now that the current CFO is not well. The second part of Chippa United, yes, Buffalo City has signed a memorandum of understanding or MOU with Chippa United. I think it's a 3-year contract where they play games in Buffalo City, so we pay them according to the games which are played in the city. That is boosting tourism in our city because you have clubs coming in and so forth. So there is the relation with Chippa United. The second part, yes, the stadiums, we hired a list to him. Chippa United, it was before us. But so I felt it's important also to raise these issues, Chair. The issue that we're really fighting in Buffalo City, especially when it comes to electricity loss, we're trying to change now from aluminium to copper, or copper to aluminium, because they cannot steal aluminium. So we've seen in areas where we've put aluminium, we've saved costs and the electricity tariff has reduced as Buffalo City. So these are the efforts that we're making, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Executive Mayor. Do you have follow-ups? Just for 30 seconds each. Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you, Chair. One, my proposal, Chair, is that if we can have documented in relation from me, in relation to the industrial action, to the CFO thing, to the cheaper United. Thank you.
For noting, when the Executive Mayor was responding on the issue of NPEC, she did indicate that there were challenges at the time. Now NPEC is much better and have been reinforced by COGTA. But a problematic statement was when you were talking about the write-off, where you spoke about 1.6, and I can't remember the other figure, which is very problematic. Can we please be finished with the report as to which are those that you have written off and on which basis? Remembering that if the write-off was done and should the AG recovers that, should the AG make an indication that the write-off that you have written off can be recovered, then it simply means that those who have taken the decision to write that particular expenditures off may be personally liable to pay that off. And then the other issue that also was raised is an issue of labor movement and the council, the relationship. I believe that in each and every council we have the local labor forum. Maybe after the members have asked their questions, when you come back, you can just give us an indication of the relationship between the municipality and the labor movement through the LLF. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe before I ask my question, if I may just ask something which came whilst I was waiting my turn, which was said by the CM, which I would like some clarification on. I think when you talked about that someone was injured without getting into any details, too much detail, when you talk about the CFO injured at work, because it does touch on my question that is following. Are you talking about the assassination? Attempt, because in the middle of all that I heard you talking sub judice, so maybe I don't know whether it's related. If I
municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to prepare the PPE or to in 2023-2024 we paid about 10 have a wrong PPE that is not correct. Also highlighted by AG is the fact that your amounts on work in progress, there's some incorrect amounts on work in progress and revaluations. So if the consultant was then procured to make sure that these amounts are correct and that disclosed correct in the financial statement, then are we getting value for money if we are going to pay so much and then AG comes and say, but still that fixed asset register are giving me or that PPE note is still wrong? Are we getting value for money on that one? Also, AG submits that the credibility of financial statements, and the poor record keeping for a metro, poor record keeping in a metro, poor record keeping after 30 years. No, something wrong there. Irregular expenditure. I want to ask city manager, what did you do to prevent this irregular expenditure? Irregular expenditure incurred in 2023-2024. What did you do to prevent it? As MFMA, you have responsibility to prevent it from occurring. What did you do to prevent it from occurring? Chair, I want to go to, I think, the issue of non-functional impact, because we're dealing with 2023-2024. At the time, AG did not have any investigations, but now I think we are referring to 2024-2025, right? But we are here dealing with 2023-2024. That was before the just completed financial year. So there were no investigations. If there were, can you provide us with a report as to which investigations were done? They went to council and you approved write off, because you can't write off without investigating and holding those that are responsible accountable. There's issues there's some SCM regulations or some SCM issues there. Chair, one of the projects, 750,000 was awarded without inviting competitive bidding. What happened there? What happened? There was a deviation. There were deviations, city manager, that you approved. Now the question is, how do you approve deviations substantiated? How do you do that? How do you what did you do to prevent this whole thing? Because immediately, if you approve a deviation that cannot be substantiated, eventually AG comes in and then they throw it straight to the register of irregular expenditure, of wasteful expenditure. Then the function of the officer or the accounting officer is to prevent that from happening. But here we get that the accounting officer approves a deviation without any substance. And then there's some projects, city manager, that were the number of days for invitation competitive bidding. Some projects, you didn't comply with the minimum number of days for invitations. And then last one, Chair, one of the things that were picked up by AG is that some of the officials, they are not disclosing that they have private businesses and end up doing business with the municipality. So when AG comes in and throw in the cat, they will pick up that this one is an official of the municipality, but also is doing business with the municipality, but never disclose. What did you do with those ones? I don't hear anything about I don't hear anything about someone being held accountable. Again, as I close, MPEG, Speaker, is the heart of everything. You have that one correct, everything will go in order. I'm afraid MPEG is not as functional as it's supposed to, whereas MPEG is supposed to be getting everything in order. It's a very, very important mechanism to get people to book. So you must get them in order, capacitate them, make sure they're functional so that the municipality will run correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair. On the issues of shortage of water, how do we have a shortage of water whilst we have seawater, rainwater, underground water, ozone water? And given the technology that we have as a country, but we don't have a technology to purify seawater. Could this be the corporatization and privatization of municipal services, wherein there are certain businesses outside government that are waiting to feast on the water service delivery, but deliberately leaving natural endowment of water sources and but channeling us to a misdirected direction? That's the question I want to ask. Don't you have a technology that you can use and just tap into seawater, or you're afraid that the seawater will run out, then you lose the sea? What is the logic? But going forward, I think it's becoming clear after 31 years, the system that white people gave us is no longer working for us as black. We need a regime change on the system of government at a local sphere. Reason is, when you drop at the airport, it's called King Palo Airport. Is that a white man or is a black king? If it is a black king, what relationship does that black king, history and name, has attached to this municipality in terms of beneficiation, in terms of land ownership, in terms of jurisdiction? Is he involved in some way or the other, or is marketing to say we are marketing this city using a black king, but there is zero mention, zero benefit of Abantu Bakapalo in terms of benefit in this municipality? That is showing you the relationship with municipality and traditional leadership institution, that it should have been the king's institution or traditional leaders institution at that sphere, but it was given and maintained to local government because we wanted to maintain the status quo, which is no longer working for us. The failure, it is because the culture in this system of government we inherited from the old order of the white people. And now it is the era of majority who happen to be black, and their culture and heritage is not involved in the system that you are using in terms of government. Then you will fail in every attempt that they are telling you these are interventions that you must do in local government. And I can tell you, the people who are advising local government reforms are the same white people who were there in the old order, and now they're cashing in terms of advising you, and they're misleading you. There is another state capture that we need to investigate. During the time of Minister Stella Skau, I think she was the first Minister of Public Works, complained of the loss of the asset register of the state. The reason why I'm raising this matter, it happened in the Mandela administration, but it's now catching up with us. I see similar tendencies whereby that asset register got lost in 1994 when blacks were moving into government. My question is, who would have stolen an asset register of the state? Was it the black people that were moving into government, or it is the whites that were leaving government? And let's check, do the audit, where is this asset register now? It is in the hands of the same whites. And the same whites are doing business with the state, and the state does not have ownership. If you check, do audit of the infrastructure of the state and the buildings the state is using, it is actually hiring or procuring them from the same white syndicates.
So that tells you that the people who are feasting on the state and making it to collapse are the same people who were there before our time. Let me ask you another question. You have an automotive sector that is operating in your municipality.
You wrap up.
As I wrap up, okay.
Thank you.
As you have an automotive sector in your municipality, there is what we call BE Codes of Good Practice approved in 2007, and it said the following: supplier development. Where is the supplier development program of this automotive sector in developing black people who are outside the economic circulation based on issue previously disadvantaged? Where is enterprise development of the same for the same black people who are outside economic participation? You can't have a state collapsing or municipality collapsing, yet you have an industry that is generating revenue, manufacturing goods and services that are going abroad, and yet you are collapsing. You are creating an enabling environment for them. The fleet, the issue of many, the fleet, they are producing cars. Can't they give that as part of cooperative social investment program to you? Because by virtue of them manufacturing them in your area. Last one as I part, we need to investigate also the issue of the 99-year lease, that who is having a 99-year lease in your areas, because there's an intelligence that goes that all those 99-year leases must now convert it into title deeds. And in the list of the 99-year lease, it's not black people, it's white people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will allow the municipality to respond, but before you respond, on the presentation that you have sent to us, page 17 on ineffective use of consultant, there is a statement where it seems like there was differences in terms of interpreting what the AG and the municipality understand in terms of some of the things. Can you please take us along in terms of the mediation process? Have you raised the matter with the AG? What is the outcome? Or what have you done regarding that? It's on page 17 of your presentation. And you have 10 minutes to respond to the questions. We are currently on 20 past. At least if you can just take 10 minutes to respond to that, because we still have the provincial colleagues who still need to ask questions, and we need to release you by 5 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will come last since you have given us that. I will give MMC, City Manager and CFO.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, I'm going to respond to the issue of irregular expenditure that was handed to MPEC. I think, firstly, Chair, we will submit on record the documents that relate to the 1.3 billion which was written off. And, Chair, I must state that, and because, Honourable, you did ask a similar question, that the 1.3 billion related to historical matters. You would remember the bulky part of our irregular expenditure is historical matters. And I think that some of them backdate to 2012. And the council, through MPEC, has been dealing with irregular expenditure categorically. There are categories, and I think part of what you had mentioned, that the service on state are part of the categories that we have dealt with. Now, the 1.2 and the 1.6, I think it's quantifying now to 3 billion. The 3 billion is still with MPEC, and I think it's part of the questions that you have raised on the current year and previous financial year, which was the 2023-2024 financial year. They are still subject to recommendations, because we've been working closely with MPEC together with the Speaker's office, precisely because we had noted and identified the weaknesses that are there. As a result to that, National Treasury is working close with our MPEC. Equally, COGTA is equally working close with that. And we had said as Council that the Speaker, as you've precisely said, that he himself must draw closer to the issue of MPEC. So the irregular expenditures are dealt in that form. But the second part, which I need to respond to the Honourable, in relation to the water scarcities,
I think the context of it is that we, in Buffalo City, we have not reached day zero, where we have water scarcities in our dams. The issues that relate to challenges of water are mainly as a result of the poor infrastructure that we have. So if you speak to King Williamstown, which is fairly a rural area, which suffers from these challenges, are as a result of the reticulation, of course, as the mayor has said. So by far and large, Amatola water is the one that supplies the bulk water supply in the city. So there is water, but the issue and challenges are mainly on aging infrastructure, illegal connections to the bulk line so that they don't reach in high area places. So part of what the city has done in the context of those that we have control over, we have submitted applications to infrastructural fund. We do work on them, and the detail as relating to that is concerned is being addressed. And we'll see.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the political administrative interface, the basis of our comment as being stable is that the relationship between the political and administrative arm is structured, governed in terms of the delegation framework of the municipality. Management engage with political office bearers based on a formal arrangement, and through the structures of council, the mayoral committee and standing committees. So that relationship has always been defined by that professional engagement, and in our assessment, that relationship is stable. On the CFO, there was no assassination attempt. It was it was as a consequence of a car accident. On the issue of the prevention of the irregular expenditure, and I would respond it together with the issue of the evergreen contracts. These evergreen contracts, as we have indicated in our presentation, they date back as far as 2004, even before 2004, before the MFMA was born. So what we then did as part of a preventative measure is to say all these contracts, evergreen, for consulting companies must be terminated, which is a preventative measure. But secondly, all contracts, panel contracts, that have been declared irregular. What we then did as part of a preventative measure is to say all these contracts, evergreen, for consulting companies must be terminated, which is a preventative measure. But secondly, all contracts, panel contracts that have been declared irregular, panel contracts, and advise the municipality to. But here is the trick. It means that the municipality will not be in a position to provide. They are not interrupted whilst you're going out on tender at the same time. So that was the approach. So the answer is that we have implemented measures to prevent, but secondly, we are ensuring that the services of the municipality, which constitutionally we are obliged, they continue to be provided through a mechanism. The municipality is not plunged into inability to provide services. So you're correct. was terminating contracts that are unlawful, had the obligation to provide services. And the only vehicle to provide those services is through a deviation process. I think those
owed by councillors and employees, that is correct. We have a stop order with regard to councillors. Finance director normally writes through of employees entering the system that brought debt with them. Therefore, we manage them on a month-to-month basis. Currently, the recoverability rate is about 3.1 million from the staff and councillors. With regard to the consultant for assets, starting December 2024 into 25, we have carried out verification of every asset in the city as a result of those costs. The relationship with the AG, yes, we found we had some some differences. One was on impairment last year, 23-24, where post-balance sheet there was a cracked windscreen of the vehicle, for example, where the AG wanted us, we have not impaired the asset. We said no, the vehicle is still mobile, that can be repaired. So that was the different opinions. The other, which is more intricate and technical, and that is why we have the service provider on board to assist our office, the corporate assets. Yes, while we have technical people on board, is the Buffalo City has engaged the revaluation methodology on assets, and it becomes technical in terms of the estimated useful life and remaining life of the asset. And therefore, we got the consultant on board. That has not been finalized yet, by the way. We're still in consultation with the AG to close that gap. Hopefully, before the end of this month, we can reach some consensus as to how we're going to deal with that going forward. We have many engagements discussing that aspect of it. So that is the challenge we're having there. The city manager is quite correct. He covered the deviation, but I just want to say deviations are legal in terms of Section 36 of the MFMA. However, one needs to interpret, and that is our fight with National Treasury. The word in the deviation, Section 36(1)(a)(1) says emergency. How does one then, human being, think differently, and how does one interpret emergency? So it becomes back to the human being interpretation of the emergency. But one of the questions was asked, the decrease in number of days advertised. The accounting office in terms of the MFMA has powers to lessen the number of days. Depends on the type of contract. If the contract is re-advertised, you don't have to go out on 30 days. You can waiver that period to a shorter day of 14 days or 20 days. I think the rest I'll leave to the mayor on King Palo. And yeah, thank you.
If I might just quickly respond to the difference was with respect to the use of panel contracts. What the municipality has now, we accept that the municipality has already disclosed. That meant that the municipality has accepted that this to be an irregular expenditure, one, but secondly, the query by AG was as a consequence of how panel contracts were used. And I think we agree with AG that the panel contracts at the time were not used properly. The municipality has since put in mechanisms to ensure that where the municipality procures services through panel contracts, those panel contracts are used properly. This had to do with rotation of suppliers in the panel contract. Thank you, Chair.
I'll give Speaker just to do the King Palo, then I'll close down, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to latch on to we're saying, MPEC hasn't been operating as it should. It hasn't been operating as it should, but recognizing that, we then got closer to MPEC. Not only myself, the Troika is always meeting and assisting MPEC. So I wanted to say that, but if there are issues, Chair, that you will need, we can, we have shared the report with the local, with the provincial COGTA. If members agree, we can also share that report. Lastly, on the issue of King Palo, this issue of beneficiation, for us, it is it's part of the transformation agenda of this democratic government to change names or to standardize names so that we change the names that are offensive to the people of this country. So we are in that trajectory as Buffalo City. We are coming to others. So we will talk to the member so that he can advise on the issues that he has raised. Otherwise, we will move from that premise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just one point. Chairperson, I think one of the issues that the Honourable Member has raised is the issue of the credibility of record keeping. I think this is one thing that has given me sleepless nights as an executive mayor, where you have a whip that was sitting at 5 billion, and you struggle to get the basic information. You have to fight and get what you are getting. Hence, we are coming from 5 billion, we're sitting at 1.8 or 1.9 billion. It is still a struggle because these are backdating some 2010. So some of it's pipe that you don't know where they are, but it's a struggle, Chairperson. And one of the things the Honourable Member would have said is that it can relate to corruption, which I agree with him. Hence, part of my request, as we have Section 154, was to request that there must be an investigation on the whip of Buffalo City, because there's no way when we said we've spent taxpayers' money and we cannot account at the end of the day. Hence, Section 154 was my request to the National Minister. So Section 154, they are doing an assessment on Buffalo City on these areas where we have weaknesses, especially when you have also touched on supply chain. So they've been here for 2 months. They are doing that assessment, giving us a report on how we can strengthen. If we can just strengthen our finance department and put order in our procurement processes, it would also talk about the 750 that you are talking about, which we're still waiting for these reports from MPEC. But Chair, I must say that the issue of water is a problem in the city. And unfortunately, Chair, infrastructure has not been maintained for the longest of time. Hence, as Metropolitan Municipality, we welcome the trading services, especially when it comes to water and sanitation, because there will be grants that will be allocated to specifically dealing with water and sanitation. For many years, you get revenue from this department, but you do not reinvest. So National Treasury is now forcing you to take whatever you have received in terms of your revenue, you reinvest in water and sanitation. I think the Honourable Member has talked about different options that are available, and we're looking into that. There are 2 areas in Buffalo City that we think that we need to deal with. One is the Ley Dam. We're saying that we need about 1.3 billion to deal with the Ley Dam issue so that we kill the water issues in King Williamstown. We have Umzonyana water treatment in Tanzania, where we need about 3.2 billion. It's a blue drop, despite the challenges that we have in the city. So we're dealing with these issues. We've presented to National Treasury. They are helping us for BFI applications. We've submitted and we've told that you do meet the criteria in some of the applications, but you are not a priority. And that is the challenges we have. And Honourable Member, we're a metro of a special type. I will always emphasize we're a rural metro. Majority of our people in Buffalo City are indigent. We're surrounded by rural metros. Our revenue collection would not be the same as other metros. So these are the issues that we're faced with, but step by step, In terms of political stability, I think this statement is very broad, Honourable Member. I must say that there is political stability in Buffalo City because we sit our council meeting, committees sit. Yes, there was a motion of vote of no confidence against the mayor. We must remember that we live in a democratic South Africa. People will make those attempts. But I think there was stability. There was stability. It was an attempt on that matter. So it does not mean then there's no political stability in the institution. We're a troika that works together. Whenever there are problems, we try and resolve them and bring everyone together under one roof. But one thing that I can tell honourable members as we're sitting here, Siyazama, despite the challenges that we're faced with serious challenges, backlog of service delivery of these projects that we must complete, which our fiscal, we went to a recovery plan, and when we came in 2023, in the middle of 2023, in our reserve, we're sitting at 167,000. Now we're sitting at about 735 million. To some, it might be nothing, but to us, it's something because we are sure that the following month, at least we can pay salaries of members of Buffalo City. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I will now allow the province, although we no longer have enough time. We have 20 minutes, but because you are the residing members of the province, as and when your questions are not fully responded to, you can then arrange another meeting with them to follow up on the matters that have been raised here.
Chairperson, let me just say good afternoon to the city. Let me just say for your benefit, I know members would want to ask questions. Just to give you comfort of your 20 minutes left. We had a whole week with the city. All week last week, we have an exhaustive discussions that we had with them. They were not nice. It was a very intense exercise that we went through with them. To some extent, we learned new things, and I believe to a great extent they learned a lot from us as the committee. I must say that the Achilles heel for them, that remains a big issue, is wastewater treatment plants. Because out of 15, they've got only 3 licensed. The second Achilles heel is water losses. They would have disclosed to AG, which was very correct for them to do so, water losses to the value of 149 million, which is equivalent to the 7.7%, 8% sum of loss, water loss, that, which is way above the norm of 15 to 30% financial treasure. The other point is the issue of which I think members have raised, revenue. That is work in progress for them, revenue collection, because as Mayor has just said now, from their baseline was very low. They are improving. It's far from being a good, that picture. But to some extent, we must say that that is work in progress. The other last point, which I think is a major issue for them, is maintenance and revamping of the old infrastructure. The mayor would have said to us they need about 9 billion for just revamping. So in essence, we've had a lot of reports that were requested. And I must say even MPEC gave us a very comprehensive report. We're not happy in some areas, we're happy in some. We requested the report of fleet, as members have just done the same here, because we're not happy as well. The evergreen contracts. We have raised that issue, and I think they understand what is to be done. We said we want time frames. When, how, and when are they going to deal with that issue? It can't be generic. There must be time frames of how and what is to be done when, and that report will be submitted with that time frame, with those time frames of when they're going to clean up all that, because there are possibilities of litigation and legal challenges in the entirety of the process. But at least we need to get a benefit of what is being done practically. But Chair, as you have said, I will allow members if they want to raise questions, but I don't want to give you that benefit because some of them were not there.
Good afternoon. Mostly I was covered with the water treatment works, but I'm more concerned, Chairperson, where you look at the Zwelicha water treatment works, which link Breibach and all those areas, that already it was mentioned the contract value, according to the AG, was 386 million rand. But the expenditure on the water treatment works to date was 413 million. So we can already see that there was an over expenditure on that. So if we can just get a report on how far are we now with the water treatment works in terms of Zwelicha, as in the ones of Umzomnyama water treatment works in Buffalo City as well. Because when you look at that contract, it also states by the AG that invoices were not submitted yet this contractor was paid. Because that is what is highlighted here. Also, there was an overpayment of 309 million rand to the contractor for day work. That is already a red bell to me, a red flag, because it basically means as is supply chain management, there's no proper control processes within the water treatment works projects. When you look at the water treatment works also, has there been any order against the municipality with relation to health hazards? We're specifically also mentioning raw sewage flowing into the Nahoon River and people getting sick and people can't use the beach. So what status then after that is the value of our beaches because of the sewage that is flowing within the rivers and the beaches? The Settlers Way roads upgrade made big fanfare in the newspaper because the municipality fixed the road, which was very well done. But then afterwards, you go to provincial treasury and say, what we fix your road, how are you going to pay that? Isn't that going after the fact to the municipality, to the province, asking them to fix something which they have not actually asked you to do? What was the agreement between you and the province in this regard? The moratorium on posts, if we can have a time frame on the moratorium of posts. I know critical posts are being filled, but for how long is that moratorium on filling posts? In terms of the Chippa United agreement with regard to the APSA Stadium, the APSA Stadium, half of it, the stadium was burned, some of the areas. What is the progress to repair that and the agreement with Chippa in that regard? Also, how much is Chippa's lease per month? Is it still 3,000 rand per month to lease the whole stadium, or what is the lease on that one? The landfill sites, if we can just get an idea of how many of the landfill sites are actually in operation, if Roundhill is really in operation, if it is licensed properly, as well as the one in Beacon Bay by Rigas, if that is operational. Lastly, when it comes to the SKG properties, 50 million rand was written off for SKG properties, and they are some of the big malls within PCM. The Crossing comes to mind, and Reboice's property, 65 million rand was written off. Was that not setting a precedent within the metro for big businesses not to pay their accounts? How did that affect small businesses who might be sitting in some of these similar situations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the Honourable Member, last week we really touched on the issues that she's now again touching on when the Portfolio Committee was here. On the issue of the settlers upgrade, Chairperson, at the time the municipality was under pressure from one of our biggest employer in the city, which is Mercedes-Benz, of the road, because we needed to have 3 lines going to the airport, to the port of East London. I think at the time she was a member of council. So, okay. So there was a lot of pressure. So Buffalo City then had to build that road. It's like, Chairperson, when people burn the street and there's no water, they don't understand who's the responsibility. The face is the municipality. At times, That is why you will find you have this unfunded mandate, you have irregular expenditure, because you are under pressure to deal with these issues. Because through the district development model, some of these issues are not responded to. When it comes to the Naun river spillage, you would know in the past month there's not been a spillage in the Naun river because there's been efforts that we've been doing there as Buffalo City, and some of them naturally. But the acting HOD will respond to these issues of the wastewater treatment. Yes, Honorable Matiwana, we agree that most of our wastewater are not working. But what is important is Buffalo City, we have a plan. And that plan we have presented to National Treasurer. We have in our budget, we have allocated budget. We're going to open that. We're just upgrading our infrastructure as a city. But the unfortunate part, we do not have the financial muscle to deal with everything at once. But what is important is the plan that we have as a city. So we're dealing with that as Buffalo City. In terms of the wastewater treatment. So the Naun spillage has not been there for the longest time, even Gonobi, because one thing I can tell you, we have appointed skilled people, especially the acting HOD for water and sanitation is one of the skilled people that we have in the city. And I'm going to give him, Mr. Nongogo, if you can come forward so that you can just respond on this wastewater treatment at Naun. And then we'll call Ms. Daniels to come and speak on the landfill sites. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Chairperson and members of the committee. Yeah, I will respond to, firstly, the question on the licensing of wastewater treatment plants that was raised earlier. Yes, Buffalo City operates 15 wastewater treatment plants, and out of those, only 3 are currently officially licensed. However, the municipality applied at the time to the Department of Water and Sanitation, and these licenses expired, all of them around about 2010, and we applied in 2010 to the Department of Water and Sanitation, and there was no response, and we applied again in 2011. And we compelled them to give a response and confirmation that we have applied, and they sent us correspondence to that effect. But there was no response still in terms of issuing licenses until we came back to them in 2016. At the time, they told us there's new regulations. We must wait for the promulgation of the new regulations on water use licenses, which we waited. To cut the long story short, the regulations had stringent requirements, and some of them was that we must conduct groundwater monitoring on the impact of the wastewater treatment works. That meant we must install 48 boreholes to these treatment plants, which we've done in the last 3 years. We are currently busy with the application for the licenses. In fact, this coming Wednesday, we are conducting preparations for consultations with communities. So the process was delayed due to these new infrastructures that we had installed. So our hope is by end of next year, we will have submitted all the applications and all the requirements, hydrological requirements, environmental assessments to the department as per the new regulations. So that is going on, and hopefully, as I said, in terms of our programming, by August 2026, we should have all the licenses, applications submitted. In terms of Zwelicha and the cost, we have spent, yes, around about 400 million on Zwelicha doing the work, and we are currently preparing to go out to tender to complete the work. But the work that is paid for in Zwelicha is the work that was done. Time of the contractor abandoning the site due to the dispute of the claims we had with them on work that was not yet complete. So out of a court settlement of 24 million, which increased it from 389 to around about 400 and something, it was for work already completed on site. However, now we are going out to tender soon to complete that treatment plant. I think one last question was on perhaps water losses, if I understood it correctly. Not on water losses. Okay. I think then that covers all the questions. Oh, sorry, maybe the last one is Naun. Yes, in Naun, I think there was a question on the court order. We received 2 court orders around Naun estuary. One of them was from a silt trap that continuously was overflowing in the Lower Reach Road. A silt trap is what we put on the pipe system to trap the Lower Reach Road. A silt trap is what we put on the pipe system to trap the site. We have since upgraded it. We have diverted. We put a diversion pipeline, so we no longer have that issue there. Of course, we complied with all the conditions of that court order. The other court order was the issue of Nompumelelo spillages, which we are still handling. And I think those are
wrap up.
Yeah, I'm done. Those are the 2 questions. On landfill side, maybe.
Thank you. And my response would be in relation to the operational landfill sites in Buffalo City. Buffalo City has 2 operational landfill sites that are accepting general waste. And these 2 landfill sites are permitted by the authorities, which is Environmental Affairs and Department of Water Services. Then in relation with the privately owned Gonobi garden transfer station, that one is not a landfill site. It's a garden transfer station that is supposed to accept only garden waste, which can be processed, but it is privately owned. It's not a Buffalo City owned waste facility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think on the issue that the Honorable Member has raised with regards to the contracts of SKG, we will give a written response to that, Honorable Chairperson, so that we respond to it properly, because it was not part of the question, so I don't have the full details with me now. But Chair, we must appreciate both the provincial legislature and yourself for keeping us on our toe to make sure that we do what we expected to do. The challenges that we have with water in the city, we're trying to fix it. Part of that intervention of Section 154, it is for Buffalo City and Amatola Water Board to review the Memorandum of Understanding. When they do not have funds to repair infrastructure, we must be allowed to repair that infrastructure in Amatola Water Board. We build them. We are one municipality that does not owe ESCOM. We don't owe any water boards, regardless of our financial situation. We pay our creditors on time as Buffalo City. Yes, we've been switching off provincial government departments this past week of not paying their debt on time so that we can collect revenue. But we can say, Chairperson, it's a big elephant which we are dealing with it one day at a time. But we are putting more effort, especially on our audit action plan, which board management sit on a daily basis at 8:30 to deal with audit issues, and ourselves as the political leadership on a weekly basis. And I want to thank Troika for the support they are giving us to make sure that we strengthen our side in terms of the executive. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I will now allow the Chair to make his remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it's been an interesting report. For me, I'm also very impressed with the fact that there's been very close interaction with the provincial team, because for us, that's how we should be working. The Speaker, Tangan, you've just referred to the MPEG report. I think it would be good for us to be favored with that report. I could tell that there would be interesting insights if it were to be shared with us. I know Honorable Matiwani says they've already got the report, but I think, Chairperson, we should ask for that report from our side. The mayor referred to something to the fact that they struggle to get information, I assume from officials. Now, just to say to Mayor, we wouldn't be in a position to sympathize with you on that issue. The authority of the municipality is in your hands as the head of the executive and the speaker, if it were to be the issue of the council. So what we should get from you is a report of who resisted with information and therefore what is the consequence management for those recalcitrant officials. And so we wouldn't get this report as a moaning mayor. We need to know now that they did that, this is what we've done, and we can sit and listen to that. So when you deal with issues going forward, please have that understanding, because to us, when you control the authority, we shouldn't really be getting an explanation for things that were not done. The issue of evergreen contracts has been quite canvassed by members. We would align ourselves, and I hope the chairperson would include this in the summary, that we should get a sense of report on the plans for termination with time frames. In your report, in your report, page 71, it talks about some of these were regularly awarded. So we need to know all of that, which ones were and what has happened and why we were given irregularly. And of interest would be what we've heard from the MEC. Do you have external threats, outsiders who are threatening you on those evergreen contracts? So that they don't continue to be the source of audit queries. And so when you say some are still continuing, we want to know why. And so that's what would be of interest for us. Certainly, we do need a sense of the list of consequence management right across on the issues of UFW. It is for us important to know there are actions being taken in this regard. There was also a comment around the issue of the consultants. You might be a rural metro, but you're a metro nevertheless. Our issue is you should have your own capacity. To what extent do you have to get rid of the consultants so that you must show us your consultant replacement strategy? The part, Chairperson, which I would be very keen to, even if it's just a brief comment, the mayor says the COO was a CFO before, and the CFO was then dismissed at that point. He didn't say why, but then we've heard that the CFO was then re-employed as a CFO, as a COO. So it sounds like that was a settlement. What was not clear was actually there a post for such a person. You know, it's a settlement, so you bring someone else, you don't have a post for them, it's irregular. If there was a post, that did the COO actually qualify for it? Because he was CFO, he was not COO before, so I think that needs to be clarified. And then, just a bit of a report around the issue of the industrial action. What was happening there? You know, the speaker says he is a very diplomatic man. He says, no, it's a relationship issue. Now, when an experienced, very senior and mature leader says that, it's actually a lot more serious for us, because if you are in charge and there's a protest, then certainly there's something which should be corrected, because you are in charge of everything. So if there's a relationship issue, it might be pointing a finger on your side. What is this issue? So I think we need to get a sense there. What was this relationship problem? Because it's going to come back again in the future. I mean, for a municipality that has done so well, okay, you're not collecting as much revenue as you wanted to collect, but you don't owe anyone, no water post, no electricity. you are in the right direction. You're going to be hampered by something that seems to me very preventable. But maybe there's something there that needs to be clarified. What is this issue? I'm not saying I want all of that to go into detail. Now you can summarize, Chairperson, but in my view, there are some small things that can actually help to change things, and we should be able to learn from those experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to some of the matters that have been raised by Chair, we need to get a report in writing on the termination of those evergreen contract with full details of what was those contract for and when did they enter into partnership with the municipality. The mayor also raised the issue about vandalism. I believe that you need to come up with a realistic strategy for vandalism and theft in the municipality. The issue of billing and issue of electricity and water loss. The MPEC, where it was indicated that previously it was struggling, but now it's starting to work. We also need you to ensure that you continue to support MPEC and strengthen it with relevant capacity. Because what we've also observed is that mostly in many municipalities and metros, MPEC do not have enough staff to assist them in terms of dealing with their work. Hence, they are struggling. And then the issue of fleet management strategy, because you've indicated that the current one is not really assisting municipality that much. We need also to get the strategy in place that will assist municipality. And on the issue of the council and the labor movement, your local labor forum needs to start doing its work because it serves as a mediator between the council and the labor. And where the situation is beyond the LLF, you can then request mediation. It's allowed, where both parties will have to compromise where need be for the purpose of ensuring that the municipality is running smooth. We need a written report on the stadium and the matter of the CFO. And on the issue of the debt, where we're asked whether the councillors owes municipality or the municipal workers owes municipality. If they do, you need to ensure that your councillors and the officials who owe municipalities, they sign that debit order form. Because it can't be that you expect other people to pay for services while you are failing in your yard. They must be able to pay services that they receive from municipality. Issue of irregular expenditure is a challenge, which goes back to MPEC. I believe that if you have strengthened your MPEC, you'll be able to deal with irregular expenditures. There was a concern raised by deviation. You'll also have to look at that. There was an issue of the disclosure for your employees where it is alleged that some of them are doing business with municipality. The matter needs to be followed up, and we need a report on that. And then on the irregular expenditure, you've indicated the one that you have written off, which there was a bit of concern. In future, can you please also unbundle them so that we know which one as a result of the interest for the debtors and the other one, what were the issues? And then the issue of revenue enhancement strategy, as we've indicated that you are a matter of special type where you are also having some rural areas. So we believe that you need to have a revenue enhancement strategy that will also assist you in dealing with the challenges that you have. And then in your report, can you please also include a report for Marina Clan, report there. And then we also have a full report on water world cost that has cost 122 million. And also it is reported that now there's an additional of 54 million on the project. Can you please give us the whole report on that as to how, when you were fixing it, how much did you spend, and if there are current damages, how much are you spending on fixing those, and look at the relevant strategy in avoiding this, because as a municipality, one of your core business is to provide services to our people, and as you provide services, you provide that through your infrastructure. So which means that your infrastructure must be guarded so that you don't fix today and then tomorrow it's vandalized, you go again. And you also investigate the reason behind vandalism. And when we're in Gauteng, they also raised a concern about vandalism, which was also, seems like a syndicate against municipality. It can either be about those who wants to get the work from the municipality, or it can be either those who just want to disadvantage municipality. So you must also look at the motive behind the thefts and vandalism that are happening in your municipality, and you need to strengthen security for your municipality, especially on your infrastructure, because it's very valuable. So in this words, I would also send my appreciations for you as the municipality for being part of our discussion and your active participation. And at the moment, our session with you has come to an end. Thank you so much. You can either leave or remain, it's up to you. At the moment, we'll then have another municipality, which is Amatole Municipality. And then lastly, I forgot, there was an issue with the age. I know the age is there. At the end of the session, they will just, but I believe that you withdrawn that where there was an issue where the differences, so you have withdrawn, which means you don't have any issues with the AG. Okay, thank you so much. Members, we can just have 5 minutes fresh break and come back. Then we'll have Amatole. With Amatole, we are going to have about 1 hour, 40 minutes with them.
Can we continue with our meeting? Colleagues, we are now doing the last municipality for the day, which is Amatole. The leadership of Amatole, you are welcome to our meeting. Initially, we allocated 2 hours for you, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it looks like we are going to have 1 hour, 30 minutes with you. So as a result of that, we'll request that when you respond to the question, you just try to be straight to the question. Don't over-elaborate on issues. And even when you do the presentation, we don't want you to go word by word. You just give us a high-level briefing of your presentation in terms of the key issues. And also, there were questions that were sent to you. You can just highlight on those and focus on those questions that were given to you when you give us a state of municipality. So we are now going to start with you. We have honorable members here. As and when they ask questions, they will introduce themselves. We are a joint oversight. We are at joint oversight visit with the 2 committees, which is the COGTA and the AG from Parliament. We are also with the members of the legislature who are also in the committees, and I believe that you are familiar with them because they are supposed to be working with you here in the province. And the chairperson of the committee is Honorable, and I believe that you are familiar with them because they are supposed to be working with you here in the province. And the chairperson of the committee is Honorable for chairing the session. So we are now going to give you, it's 25 past, so we are going to give you until 1:45 to do the presentation, including the introduction of the delegate, timer. Because when you are left with 2 minutes, I will remind you that 1 minute left. It's not that I'm rude, but we need to stick to time. And we also need to get information that we are looking for. So I will now hand over to the executive mayor and the team.
Thank you very much. I'm director, but I can say there's chairperson.
Yeah, Honorable Direko. And
yes, yeah. Honorable Direko, greetings and greetings to the chairperson. To all members of the portfolio committee.